You're on cam.
Oh,
You're good.
we're ready. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. We are ready to start our Committee of the Whole meeting, April 16th, 2024. I welcome everyone and the council members. I excuse Councilwoman Diane Turner. I don't know where Councilwoman Rosalba Dominguez is. Maybe she'll come in soon. First thing, Mayor, thank you for being here, and Jennifer and Patty and audience members.
Rosalba's running late, she'll be here.
That's fine. So the first thing we need is the approval of the minutes. Do I have any questions, concerns, or anything about the minutes that were given to us? If not, I will take a motion for approval of the minutes of Committee of the Whole, March 19th, 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of March 19th, 2024.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have first, second, everyone say aye.
Aye.
Hi, thank you. Okay, so now we're on to our first discussion. It is the 2024 Legislative Wrapped Up. G.L. Critchfield, Corey Holdaway, and Dave Stewart.
That's hard to follow, Councilwoman.
Let me first introduce our lobbyists. Corey Holdaway is sitting next to me. David Stewart is next to him. Adam Hawk and Paul Pickett are new to the council. Pam, you may have seen these gentlemen last year. We have two of the best lobbyists in the state. Happy to work with them, and they're responsive, and we love what they do for us. This time of year, what we do is we have them come and kind of give us a download of what happened up there. They're up there pretty much daily and talking to everybody, and so they know some of the things behind the scenes, and they'll certainly know how legislation kind of evolved. So I think what we'll start with is just kind of an overview from each of you, what you felt the legislature did this year and how that affected us.
Sounds good. David, you want to go over?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, $29 billion was the state budget this year. It's,
When you served roughly, do you remember what was it? when you
yeah,
served?
it was three.
Sorry.
$3 billion. It's gone from $3 billion to $29 billion.
But I thought they
Wow.
were saying they didn't have a very good surplus of money there.
Well, when you're comparing to the prior 2 years of billions of dollars of surplus, then it feels like a really down year, even though they were, because a lot of that was they had set aside money in the last 2 years and put one-time monies into ongoing type of expenses, or I'm sorry, ongoing monies into one-time expenses, anticipating a much more severe kind of economic pullback that really didn't materialize. So what, was still in comparison, a lot less money, but what they were anticipating, budgeting towards and things. Again, one of the reasons why, to their credit, they get year over year over year with, one of the best managed states is where everybody else is taking, as I first said, taking one-time money and putting it into ongoing expenses that never, eventually got to pay the piper. Utah's been very, our bonding, the opposite, our bonding now is, we can go up to 90% of the value. I think we're in the high 40s, low 50%, which is record lows, and they continue to pay that down. So fiscally, the state, but yeah, the pitch was, the favorite phrase they used was a socks and underwear Christmas.
Yes,
And, but for that, it's still, I think part of the problem is we went from everybody gets a new car to socks and underwear. And so, yeah, it felt like it was, a lot less, but it was still, plenty there, but it's okay.
No, that's good. So, the budget was obviously in the legislature. I think 80% or even probably 90% of the important work that they do up there is surrounding the state budget and how that affects the citizenry. Housing was a big issue. Affordable housing was a big issue. They spent a lot of time on that. How that affects possibly the future for the cities is there was a bill, House Bill 572, which was sponsored by Representative Spenlove. It was a Treasury bill, and they're taking TIF funds, Transportation Investment Fund money, on a loan of $300 million to be paid back, but that $300 million is kind of a lift for developers and to if they provide affordable housing. That's kind of the caveat there. So you're going to see a little bit of that over the course of the next couple of years. I think more attention to that. There was some work done around the transportation corridor as far as the rail goes, which I don't think is going to. I mean, Murray's already doing so much as far as that goes. I don't think there's going to need to be any worry there. And then there was a lot of work around energy. I know Dave was intimately involved with, and me to a lesser degree, as far as the IPA bill that ended up passing. And maybe you want to talk a little
Sure.
bit about the effects of that.
Yeah, and for those that, if you notice, when the governor ultimately signed it, kind of issued a letter with that, which he usually doesn't do, or a statement essentially saying that the work isn't done, that it was kind of at the end of session, there are pieces in there that really aren't going to work. And the legislature kind of was trying to somewhat hide behind, well, there's certain things that got to happen before, the bad stuff can happen. And the way, it was year 3 or 4 now of going through a fight between the state and IPA as they transition from coal fire to gas fire plants. And in doing that, and not just this bill, but several issues that, the state wanting to reaffirm that we still love coal and there's a coal place here. I mean, Rocky Mountain Power, the way they interact now with the Public Service Commission was changed, and the way that PSC will view coal power versus other, I mean, it's just a whole, as a state where other states are pulling back, we wanted to double down on, we're all in for coal. Irony being that Rocky Mountain Power and IPAs are currently, I forget the exact percentage, but running at, I think, around 30 or 40% of capacity, largely because they don't have access to coal. And at times they've had to go to Wyoming and other places outside the state to get enough coal to run even the plant. And so, one of the things that is, as they extend, the original plan of Rocky Mountain was to shut down 2 of their plants. Well, the legislature kind of pushed them into keeping those open now longer, but with IPA, if the state gets their way and kept them online somehow, there's not enough coal to do both. So it's just kind of this interesting dynamic where, we're trying to protect this antiquated dinosaur that is, just not the future. So, long story, also good.
Go for it, and then I'll ask my question.
And so tons of negotiations went around. It started off in the Senate. You have, like I said, this has been building for a couple of years, and there's been some very draconian bills and things, and kind of came to a culmination this year where, as we're now getting closer and closer to the ultimate shutdown of the coal-fired plants and that transition happening, over the next year. So those negotiations were going on. Ultimately, a bill passed out of the Senate, somewhat over the top of the objection of the sponsor that had things in there that IPA could live with. Well, Corey and I and others that have been up there long with me, that was all just procedural. So they let that go, sent it to the House. Surprise, surprise, the House put in basically the exact same thing that they wanted, sent it back, they worked it out, and it went back to what the leadership had kind of driven that policy. And a lot of that policy is creating this entity that is commission or board or whatever they ultimately ended up calling it, that would come in and would work with IPA to petition the federal government for an additional permit to be able to keep the coal-fired plants open, as well as a bunch of other things the powers that committee has. They're supposed to commission a study and go through all that, and then if and when there's not a purchaser of it, eventually oversee the wholesale or the sale of the plant, because there were people running around to the legislature saying, if we would buy this plant tomorrow if it were for sale, but IPA won't sell it. Well, when you really dig into it, none of them have a balance sheet to buy a hundreds and hundreds of $millions plant, if not $1 billion, because of not only the cost, but the overall even liability of an asset that IPA knowing they were closing this is not maintained to continue an operation. It it would take hundreds of millions of dollars just to operate the thing going forward, let alone continue to make it more efficient, even more effective that way. So,
Dave, can I ask a question? So when we're not on the hill like you guys constantly, the talk was a little bit, we were kind of under the impression that it was gonna be okay for a minute. And then the last few days, there was something that came up and the talk was that whoever the person that was, I don't know if it was the person sponsoring the bill that did this, but talk was like they didn't want to tell anybody what they were doing. Is that fact?
Yeah, well, can I? So
Please.
Senator Owens represents that area. He carried the bill. And Representative Albrecht in the Senate, and the bill that passed out of the Senate wasn't something that he was real happy about. Went over to the House, Representative Albrecht, who also represents the Cole area, was the House sponsor. And then I forget who, there was somebody that substituted the bill.
Weiler was.
Weiler was in the Senate,
Yeah.
and then in the House, I think Albrecht's the one that proposed his own
Was it
stuff.
all? Yeah, that's right.
I
It
think
was
he's
Weiler, or it was Albrecht. Yeah, and it was kind of I won't say shady, but it was.
No, it was,
It left a bad taste in your mouth the way it was handled.
because they said they had another $6 bill in their pocket and they weren't gonna show it to anybody.
Yeah, and it was
And I
late.
think that's very,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, and I was late, and so at the end of the day, I mean, the sixth sub was what passed, that had some of the poison pills in it.
But the sixth sub also, though, was pretty much a reflection of the fourth sub.
Yeah,
I mean, it really, I mean, so it was out there, and it was gonna, I mean, at least if you were like myself up there all the time, you knew this was happening. And kind of the mantra from IPA all along was, guys, do what you will, but at the end of the day, any mandates that you put in there, mandate that we have to sell the asset, mandate that we have to keep the asset running, because the problem is in the permit process with the federal government, part of that is we being IPA will shut down these coal-fired plants.
Yeah.
They can't just say, well, the state wants us to keep them going, so we're just gonna keep going. And EPA is not
over
the
the
type.
top of the federal
Yeah,
government.
the federal government's not gonna be like, okay, well, that's fine if you wanna keep, especially it's coal, they hate coal. And so, anyway, so those types of mandates, that's where, they had changed that it wasn't treated as, because it used to be a political subdivision, they changed that, so it would affect bonding, they'd have to come back to the legislature to get, tax exempt bonds, which IPA was fine, it was like, look, the reality is if we ever do those, we're fine to come justify it, it's not a big deal. And they were gonna talk about changing their board and everything else, and so the discussions all session long are trying to weave this, how do we give a win to the Senator Owens of the world, but yet not cripple, kind of basically this project and really seeing the future. We had, LA Power, who's a big, obviously, consumer of that energy, was out several times during session, including the CEO or whatever his official title is, the head guy, to meet with legislative leadership and talked about all kinds of additional energy investments and how do we look forward versus looking back. And it's like, guys, this, let alone the plant, there's no transmission, there's no ability, even if you could turn it back on, you can't get the power out anywhere. I mean, there's so many things. And when you have those quiet conversations with legislative leadership, those that aren't totally, into this will acknowledge me like, yeah, it doesn't work. But it's that game of politics of, well, I don't want to tell so-and-so. So basically, let's keep it going, let it die of its own weight. When they do this study, it'll come back and say we can't, so therefore we won't, and we're like, and that's where candidly IPA said, fine, we're fine. But when they come back and say, well, at the end of this process, you have to do these things, regardless of outcome, that's where the rub is. And going back to what I first said, it was when the governor ultimately signed this, the idea was that they sit down, there will be a special session to come back and hopefully address and fix some of those
issues.
things to avoid lawsuits. And part of that was, so the director of DNR, where the energy, division of energy and everything else falls under his name's Joel Ferry, and he was tasked by the governor, and he's former legislator, so he has the respect of the House and the Senate. He was kind of asked to kind of be the governor's spokesman of trying to pull together the players and to say, look, what can we do to fix this? And then also candidly work with, now that we have something written, work with the EPA and say, okay, guys, you keep signaling that, you got to put your money where your mouth is and be upfront and say, this is what we will or won't do, Because if you don't, we're gonna end up in this, problem where we're not gonna be able to fix it. And so the hope and optimism is, I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but is still optimistic that in the next, the target timeframes, May or June, to possibly come back on the interim day and have a special session. This would be one of, I'm sure, of a few items where they would come back and address and try to fix some of the, once you get away from the emotion and the ego and everything of the session, and now, okay, guys, let's actually analyze how do we make this thing not implode and work. And so that's the goal, and that's still early on. Everybody kind of disappears after session, and now you start to get people back and ready to start discussing. So it's too early to know if there's any, real progress there. But that's kind of the long play here, is that they come back, hopefully fix some of that, the mandate stuff, because a lot of the bill actually is fine. There's just some.
Our correspondent with IPA, I can't remember her name, who corresponds with us, but they were panicked at first, but when that sixth bill was passed, she wasn't panicked. She was saying, there's more to the story, what you were just saying. So they must feel a little, I'll find out more this week, but they seem to be, of course they don't like it, but she wasn't panicking and felt like something's gonna work, what you're saying.
Yeah, and again, like I say, the sixth largely represented, I think it was the fourth. The fifth was what passed out of the Senate, and the fifth, and again, got to be too late in the session, and there was too much emotion involved. I think if there had been more time and candidly cooler heads, we could have gotten to something everybody would agree to. Because the reality is, of the things that mattered, the fourth and the fifth and ultimately the sixth weren't that different. There's some very key parts that are different, but it's really one of those things that the practicality is it would force certain decisions regardless, but mandating certain things is where the rub comes. And that's where, IPA is saying, guys, we can't have this. We have to defend our autonomy and our ability to do this. Otherwise, we, jeopardize bonds, we jeopardize our permits with the APA and everything else. Because they talked about dual permitting and all these types of things where it's like, great, but if that doesn't work, you can't force us to sell something or to do something. That's a takings. If you want to buy it, and, that's ultimately in there that they can buy it, but they get to determine the price. I mean, it's kind of this whole thing that it's a legal, nightmare the way they finalized it, but a few tweaks, and again, that bill really wouldn't be, it should give, again, if you got cooler heads, it should give a win to those that need a win and allow the project to move forward. So hopefully that will happen over the next 2 months. But yeah, we're not certainly as far apart as we were at the beginning of session.
Thank you.
Did you answer it? Okay.
Yep, yes, that's right.
So look for that in the coming, interim, May or June would be what I would anticipate. Part of the goofy part about all this is elections are going on, and so how does that play into it, and timing, and so, that could be the only reason that would delay it, I guess, but that's the plan anyway.
Thank you.
When you look at the session overall, the League of Cities and Towns, which obviously you are a member of, I mean, they do a heck of a job with a quarter of the bills that were introduced this session, they were tracking.
Which again is a record number of bills introduced as well as passed.
Yeah.
They keep setting
Every
new
year, it
records.
just keeps going up.
And the governor made a statement that he would like lesser bills next year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Well,
there's
they
no.
say that.
He doesn't control.
Let's lesser bills here.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's been a mantra since I was in the body. And in fact, they introduced prioritization of bills, where you prioritize a certain number of bills as a legislator, and then the other bills, they'll get drafted, if they get drafted, whenever the priority bills get done. Each legislator, they change it each year, but I think this year they had 5 priority bills. So when you look at that, you've got 104 legislators, that's 520 bills, and just priority bills.
How many things do we do on the council? Not 100 and not 500 and something.
That's just
And we
policy.
meet 2 weeks, every 2 weeks.
Challenge accepted.
Okay.
Over the course of a 45 day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which is another
Yeah.
issue. There was a bill at the end of the session as well that may have some residual effect. It's It's Senate Bill 185, it's Residential Building Inspection Amendment Bill that Senator Vickers, the majority leader, carried. It started out that builders could come in with whatever inspector they wanted. It ended up being amended to be significantly better than it was when it started. I don't think it'll be a problem for Murray, but
Well, the nice part is you have, I believe, and it's-
veto authority.
no, what you have is you have a list of approved inspectors they can choose from, and the theory being if developers are always choosing one inspector and they're always, you guys can rip them off your list. And so it's kind of this back doorway, I think, of getting everybody, again, back to, earlier, everybody gets a win. So it's not, it still allows some flexibility, there's a pool, but still it gives you guys control over the pool. And the hope being that, if there is an occasional bad actor, that you guys will be able to weed that out and everything else will work. But yeah, to Corey's point, it's a long ways from having my neighbor come in and inspect instead versus, having a pool. So I think, kudos to especially, Corey and I obviously work with Cam, but the league, this was a much better year candidly for the league, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And I'll attribute a lot of that, it'll be interesting to see how it goes forward, but part of that is changing of filing deadlines, in that for the first time ever, the legislature, the filing for re-election happened before the session in 1st of January. Whereas historically, it's always been the week after session. So going into session, legislators knew if they had an opponent or not. And in an election year is always a little bit of hesitancy because I don't want to make somebody mad or this could be used against me. But when you're staring, one of two things, either it emboldens you because there's nobody filed, or you got somebody just sitting there in the gallery writing down everything and you're facing that person. And there were, some key legislators that had people that, one of them actually being the current Speaker of the House, a former mayor filed to run against him. And that certainly changed his approach, I believe, as well as several other legislators of, kind of tempered a little bit of just saying, well, let's, and the reality is there's been a lot done, as you guys obviously know, in the municipal area, and as it relates to land uses and other things, and it's kind of like, let's let a year or two
ongoing.
for this to work
Yeah.
before we keep pulling different levers and not really understanding it. So I think to a degree that on a lot of issues of which these types of issues are controversial, a lot of controversial issues kind of got, pushed down and pushed out because there was not an appetite to really pick a lot of fights, honestly, this year because, there was quite a few members of those caucuses that are staring at opponents and, recognizing that, they come around if they're in the House every 2 years and every 4 years, I'm sure hitting you guys up for endorsements and support. And,
Yeah, people
and
that I
everything
never
else.
know, and if they showed up, I go, hi, how are you? They go, how are you? Give me a hug.
But yeah, I think that changed a little bit. And then one other bill, and we're happy to answer any questions, there's it's funny, it started out of the House as a transportation bill. It was run by Representative Spenlow. Senator Cullimore was the Senate sponsor. It came out of the House as just a bill that did some funding for Sandy City. And then it got subbed in the Senate and everything got put in, a bunch of stuff got put in there. Specifically, and for two council members that are new and not aware, there's a fund that's known affectionately as the Quarter of the Quarter Fund. And what that is the state has authorized now 4 full quarters and a final 0.2, so a total of 1.2% that can be imposed across the state for different transportation and transit functions. Salt Lake County has imposed the full 1%, not the final, what they call fifth or 0.2. So there's 4 individual quarters in Salt Lake County that have been imposed. Unique to Salt Lake County is 2, maybe even 3, I think it's 2, and also some registration fee dollars inside of Salt Lake County are captured, and that's why it's called a quarter of a quarter, because a couple of those quarters, they peeled back a quarter of that quarter and held it in a restricted account at the state legislature. Now, the way that works is the UDOT holds it, it sits there until it is prioritized or spent by the legislature. It has to be spent on projects in Salt Lake County because they are local county tax dollars, but it doesn't have to go through the county or anything else. That UDOT specifically holds that, and wherever those funds are directed, those projects are funded through that fund.
Directed legislatively. So a city or the county they can't spend it outside of Salt Lake County. Salt Lake County is the only place that has this. What it goes back to, honestly, to give a little history, goes back to Marty Stevens when he was from Salt Lake. He might actually represent part of Murray, if I remember right. But anyway, No,
so
Marty didn't.
Was he not Murray?
No,
Okay.
he was far west.
was he west? Oh, that's right. He was up north. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, he and other, as this was coming down anyway, they captured a piece of it, because they want to prioritize, because it's Salt Lake County, it's a lot of money. So that, when Speaker Greg Curtis, who did, represent Sandy, kind of the same thing, he didn't want to give it all to UTA, because that's really where most of the Salt Lake County dollars go. He wanted to capture some for some road projects, because as he was sitting there looking, he's like, look, there's all these smaller roads that are not getting attention and funding, and so he grabbed a piece of that, put it in his fund. Long story short, a piece of this big, House Bill 48 goes in and spends some of that money, and in that, Murray worked to get. Murray has 1.25 that goes towards a boulevard.
1.25 million.
Yeah, 1.25 million to the boulevard. That will be, starting July 1st, it'll be available and do that. And every few years, we're able, we kind of, there's a group of us that kind of help set it up, run and propose, and kind of build up support and go and through and kind of spend it down. And so that was this year. And so we've done that a few times before, but that'll be something I think that'll be very helpful to Murray. And, and again, it's just something that comes in on the local road. So that, there was other transportation stuff, but that specifically will obviously impact Murray. And then, I don't know, Corey, that's kind of, if you guys have any other questions or anything else you want to hear from us.
Well, you say for the developers, affordable housing, and I asked them when I was up there, what's your definition of affordable housing? I mean, what are we looking at for these developers to build the houses? It's still gonna be.
$350,000 is the number that I've heard.
So it's basically no finished basement, no fireplace, no garage,
Or townhomes,
or it could be a townhome,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And then when I was reading through the material, there's people, legislators that did not vote or they were absent. Do they have to say why they didn't vote on, or they just, no?
No,
No, so one thing you can't do is you can't abstain for a conflict or something. So you can't stand there, step up and not vote. So if you're there, you have to vote.
Right,
if you're on the floor.
If you're on the floor.
You're on the
If
floor,
you're,
yeah.
and there are those that each day are excused, there's some excused absences
Right.
that have a reason. And then there's others that they can be in a committee or off in a meeting or
right,
wherever else, and they don't, so they may not. Now, if they, it's a prerogative of the sponsor, if he can get support from the body and the House or the Senate to do a call, that means they basically go drag whoever from, to the point, if they, I haven't seen this in years and years, but they'll send the highway patrol to go grab somebody from wherever and drag them.
I heard that happened one time. They had to pull somebody off of the hill back. And
Yeah, and so it can go to that extreme, they can force
wait
them, but.
until you win the basin.
Yeah, but most of the time that never happens. They do calls at times because as things are crazy, everybody's, everywhere, and
Okay.
they'll look around and be like, there's not enough supporters here. I want to do a call to basically get my people back here to vote. But yeah, if you're on the floor, you have to vote, but there'll be quite a few times where especially members of leadership and other things that are off towards the end when, it's funny, most of the votes are taken.
Negotiating in the back.
Are negotiating the budget and they're missing, because what's funny is in that last week, there's more votes than by a large margin, more votes than there are the previous
Yeah.
5-6 weeks. And so those you see, there's a handful of people that miss tons of votes because they're just off the floor doing
I mean, it's just an accelerate. I mean, the last week is just like,
yeah.
It was intense.
yeah,
The last day was intense.
fire.
Yeah, well, last day's crazy. Because, last day being they start bringing out groups of bills from rules and throwing them up on the board and they'll do it, the first bill on that list will be up 10 minutes after it shows up there. And so it's,
It's a fun
there's
time,
good of a game played, so.
yeah.
Interesting session.
Yeah,
That's all I have to say.
They all are.
But I think I understand it, and then about the third week when I'm up there, it's like, I still don't understand you people. Well, if there's no other questions, thank you, gentlemen.
thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
for the opportunity to represent Murray.
Oh,
I mean, it's a privilege.
yeah.
And the nice thing is, your representatives and senators really respect and love you. I mean, that's not always, you guys more, because I do work for some other cities and more than any other city, really, Salt Lake City might be one. Most people, legislators, don't really care about their city. You guys have done a great job of
Yeah.
individually
Building
spending time building them.
relationships.
And that's really key because that, because really Corey and I, a lot of what we do is really outside of your core kind of guy. They're gonna listen more to you guys than Corey and I, all we're doing is relaying your message to them directly. Obviously we're more helpful as outside of that, but what's unique for Murray is the relationships. I'd say continue that. it's been very helpful and is very important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Okay, so we would like to welcome Councilwoman Rosalba Dominguez in today. Thank you. Now we are on to discussion on an ordinance related to land use amends the general plan to adopt the Murray City Central District MCCD Strategic Area Plan. Phil Markham is presenting. Welcome, Phil.
Can I close this? Is that okay?
I don't know
Yeah.
why we would do that, but yeah, go ahead.
Just give me a little bit of room here.
I know she is.
Do we need it?
Okay, let's see. This is the one that I plug in, I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do this. There we go. Okay. Stuff scattered all over the place here. Okay, how about that? So far, so good, man. So-
Feeling strong.
Well, thank you for allowing me to present this tonight. As you know, we've been undertaking this study for quite some time, and we're pleased to present this to you. The plan did receive a positive recommendation forwarded to you from the Planning Commission, and so with that, we'll get started. We contracted with Downtown Redevelopment Services to do a strategic plan for the MCCD. And just as some background, the area in orange there is the Murray City Center District. And so it basically runs from Box Elder Street to Center Street, east and west. And north and south, it goes just north of 4800 South, and then all the way down to basically Murray Park on the east side of State Street, but the apartments on Vine on the west side of State Street. So it's a large district. However, the area that we concentrated this on was basically the Block 1 area. That was our major area of focus. Just to give you a little bit of history, the MCCD was first adopted in 2011. And it was adopted in response to a phased development of the downtown area. Here are some renderings and some ideas from that initial concept in 2011. And as you can see, it's quite dense. It was phased. I'm not sure over how many years it was supposed to be phased, but if you look at the development that was proposed at that time, it's much more dense. We have higher heights of the buildings, and it's drastically different from what the citizens have indicated to us that they would like to see in downtown over the years. So naturally, this did fail, and it was because the residents did not support this. So in response, we undertook this study, and this is the recommendation that has been forwarded to you. So the existing conditions, you can see Block 1 here. And the reason we only focused on Block 1, the city owns the majority of the property on Block 1. There's one building, the Harker building, that we do not, the Harker and Murray Merck, which are now referred to as the Dar building. They are not owned by the city. However, everything else from 4800 South to 5th Avenue is owned by Murray. And so it allows us more flexibility in looking at those areas.
And say that again? How much do we own?
We own everything from State Street and 4800 South back to, Hanover Street for Block 1,
Yeah.
and then down to 5th Avenue,
Oh.
okay? So the area from 5th Avenue to Vine Street, that's primarily owned by the Wright family, and then you also have Day Murray Music and the bank as well. We did look at those areas, but our major focus was on Block 1.
And that's for everything you guys did with the
Right.
organization, correct?
Right, so you will see recommendations for that entire area from Vine Street to 4800 South, okay? These were some of the conditions that were noted in the study. You know, the surface parking lots constitute the majority of the historic downtown area. There's a mismatch existing between the historic district status and the area's urban design elements. Pedestrian infrastructure is minimal, and bicycle-only infrastructure does not exist. Various occupants throughout the district have resulted in a mixed-use downtown. The new City Hall and Hanover Street and other public investments are a catalyst for change, and the RDA-owned properties are a prime opportunity to expand the downtown footprint and improve the overall experience downtown. So, if we look at this, you've got existing conditions over on the left-hand side. Those buildings in yellow are primarily the ones that the city owns. Now, there is the, 48, I can hardly read that. The first two buildings on State Street there.
Is it the ones in yellow or in
I can
green?
read them up on the screen better than I can my laptop.
48,
4816 and 40.
48.
48,
48,
40.
48, 36, and 48.
4836 and 4840. We do not own those, okay?
Okay.
However, for the sake of the study and the planning recommendations, we are including those in these recommendations. And also, if you'll notice down at the bottom, we also have the bank indicated there. Obviously, we do not own the Wells Fargo
Right.
Bank. So, again, this is a planning document. It's a vision for what could happen and the reasons why we feel that this is the best way to approach this. Now, recommendation number one from the study was that the city implement a form-based code. And we're very appreciative of the council giving us the money to pursue that. We have already developed an RFP, and that will be going out on the 17th. And so, yes, so hopefully, I can't remember for sure if it's a 2-week process. It may be a little bit longer than that, but we will be selecting a consultant and starting the form-based code process in May. We're really, really excited about that. Our goal is to finish that within 6 months, so we'll be very aggressive. And that will be the primary driver, one of the primary drivers of who is selected, both their qualifications and their ability to produce the desired result in that amount of time. So the plan recommended that we do that in 0 to 2 years. We've obviously accelerated that. And you will see that we're pursuing some things in a more accelerated schedule as we look at these recommendations than some of these had recommended. But working with the mayor's office, we're really confident and excited that we can accelerate this. Recommendation number 2 was to update and enforce the downtown design guidelines in 0 to 2 years. So we need to develop these guidelines and we need to strictly enforce them. This picture gives you somewhat of a rendering of what we have received feedback from the public, what they would like to see. Brick construction, low-profile buildings. That is not to say that you're only going to see 2-story buildings there. However, you are not going to see 10-story buildings, unless you folks decide not to change. Currently, 10-story buildings are acceptable downtown. And currently, the Home to Suites Hotel and the Vine Street Apartments are also acceptable for downtown. So that shows you the mismatch that we have going on. We need to get that under control. Form-based code is going to allow us to do that and have a nice uniform look throughout the district.
So with the form-based code also, it would hit this
Absolutely.
goal.
This is a mid-block crossing that it breaks up the buildings, so you don't have a solid wall of buildings up and down State Street from 48th to 5th Ave.
Kind of like
We
what's
will-
on the east side, right?
Absolutely.
What I'm saying is to enforce the design guidelines. The
Yes.
form-based code would accomplish this objective.
Absolutely, yes. They would have to build to the guidelines outlined in the form-based code, absolutely. And we feel that we can, well, I'll get to another recommendation and talk a little bit about that in a second. Number 3 is perform a parking warrant analysis, and this is going to be very important. They have 3 to 6 years here. This will happen sooner than that because this will allow us to look at the parking needs for downtown, and it's going to go a long way in eliminating the preponderance of surface parking that we have down there. First of all, it's wasted space. It's space that can be used for buildings, for plazas, for pedestrian access. The worst thing in the world is to have it just flat and marked out for cars. This will show us where we need to put parking structures and where we need smaller surface parking lots in that. So we will be undertaking that as well.
Have we ever considered doing it in lieu of parking? Where we do
we could talk about that. We've not seriously discussed it since I've been involved in the department.
What do you mean?
So instead of a developer building a parking lot, they give us the money and we build like a shared lot that they all use.
Sure.
And we take their money instead of them paying it themselves.
It's-
That would decrease empty parking spots.
I think you will see a partnership between city and developers with regard to parking structures. Because one of the limiting factors of the type of development that we're looking at, it makes it very difficult economically to afford to build parking structures when you don't have large buildings. You don't have that revenue coming in from larger buildings. So the city may have to step up and work out some agreements, as you're saying. And that's fine, that's to the benefit of everyone. If the city sees fit and the developer is in agreement, then yes, we're all for working with agreements like that. Recommendation number 4 is to create an infrastructure project schedule to improve the multimodal accessibility within the city-owned right-of-way. And this is basically just to improve the pedestrian-friendly feel, the bicycle access, and work with UDOT also to see if we can mitigate some traffic concerns on State Street. We have to be realistic and know that we're not gonna get the speed limit drastically reduced on State Street. But perhaps there are some types of crossings that we can work with, to bring, we lost a crossing when State Street was rebuilt. We had one at Fifth Ave. It'd be nice to be able to bring that back and enhance it so it's safer for the public. So there's maybe an island in the middle where they can stand, if they can only make it halfway across the street during the timed event or whatever. So these are some of the things we'll work on. We have to make downtown more pedestrian friendly because they can park their car in a parking stall or in a parking stall in a parking garage, and then we want them to experience downtown. We don't want them to drive from one end to another. Partnering with UDOT to improve multimodal accessibility on State Street. Here it is again.
So going back to 4, the engineering department suggested we shut down Poplar. Am I remembering this correctly? What?
There are a lot of ideas and suggestions. One would be to make it like a festival street, and many times with those, they can primarily be a pedestrian street, but you still have the capability of opening it up to limited traffic in a way. And so those are things that can be engineered. And there are streets up in Salt Lake that are dual use streets like that. And so, yeah, that's a
They do that
real
on Main
possibility.
Street in Salt Lake during the summertime.
Main Street is one. They're considering permanently closing that
They
to
are,
traffic.
A new development too is Mill Creek. They allow access to cars, and then when the festivals
Right,
they
right.
don't.
So
Yeah.
there are ways, a dual purpose street, and I really like that idea of it primarily being maybe a festival street. And when needed, you can open it up to limited traffic under very controlled circumstances.
I'd like to see it go not just to Poplar but Fifth Avenue between
Sure.
Hanover and State Street.
Sure.
Make
And
that
as-
whole block.
As we
Yeah.
move through the
Yeah.
process, all those things will flesh out. And working with the developer as well. We can express that desire and they can look at their development and build accordingly as well. So we tell them what's important to us. Okay, we talked about State Street. They have 7 to 10 years on State, and I don't know, I'm much more impatient than that, okay? Not because I won't be here in 7 to 10 years, but,
Predicting your death.
no, I mean, in this building, okay?
Elfon
In
will
this-
be.
In this building, yes, he will, yes, and he'll be updating this thing. I really sense some true momentum right now
Yeah.
in the city. Not only on the part of municipal government, but of the citizens as well. And so that's why I'm optimistic that 7 to 10 years is going to come much quicker than we
I
think.
think it's a big part of the leadership that we have right now. And even with all of you guys, with everybody.
Well, we want to capitalize
We've seen
on
it
that.
just been sitting for so long.
Sure.
Well, we talked about how well Triumph went with all
Oh.
of us, so we just opened the door
It-
and
it-
said, what do you think?
yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Recommendation number 6 is to program public spaces within downtown Murray. That is a plan that the mayor is already working on, I'm told with, future positions and so forth. It's important that we give people a reason to come down here and celebrate.
Yeah.
To use these places, to make them available for public and private events and that even, Let's make it an exciting place to be, and that's how you have an engaging, beautiful downtown. Recommendation number 7, to negotiate and enter into a master development agreement for the RDA-owned property in downtown Murray. 3 to 6 years. I can guarantee you it will happen faster than 3 to 6 years. Guarantee you right now. We're very excited about some of the discussions that we are having preliminarily with a number of developers. Elvon Farrell, our economic development specialist, is leading that area of discussion. And we're getting all kinds of different ideas and impressions from these different people. And it's been very good to us because they're opening us up to what the realities of development are as well. If you want this type of development, then they have to see this, this, and this. And, it runs the gamut. And so it's been very educational for us, and it allows us to see our options out there before us.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Based off of this and what we're about to enter with the form-based coast, is it deterring developers to say, hey, I don't want to be there because
Not
of
at
the
all.
restrictions?
Not at all.
Okay.
They want a firm picture. They want to know what we want. They want to be able to build to a plan that they know will be accepted, and they won't have roadblocks and they won't have delays and so forth. It makes for a much smoother process for everyone involved.
And that's what I've heard as well
Absolutely.
from that side.
Yeah.
And I mean, personally, that's my goal, and I know a lot of
Right.
people in my district would
Yeah.
love that.
And we've said the form-based code should take no more than 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
In the event that the city found what they deem to be the ideal developer with the ideal plan, and everyone's really excited and everyone's on board, and they want to get going, while that process is still not 100% complete, we have talked to developers and they are very comfortable with working while the code is being finalized too. So I really think we're pointing in the right direction right now. Recommendation number 8 is if the downtown revitalization efforts are successful, to expand the scope of the study to the east side of State Street. And I think that goes without saying. These standards will apply to the entire NCCD. However, a successful Block 1 development will spread like wildfire. People will see how successful it is. They'll see how beautiful it is. And they'll want to be part of that. And it will emphasize how out of date other areas are. And so hopefully it will have that catalyst effect, that it will start spreading through all of downtown there.
And then on the number 8, it says on the bottom, necessary step is the city and RDA should engage property owners on the west side of State Street in identifying opportunities for improvement and growth. Are we talking about Club 48 and Ice House and
Well,
Hangers? And-
Not specifically. That's just on the west side of State Street, where Block 1 is. Although, yes, we do believe that redevelopment will spread.
Okay.
Absolutely. And, we're not trying to push
Oh.
out any business or
Yes.
anything, but we're just looking for an overall improvement in the area. And I do believe it will come.
And a part of that too is like facade improvements
Absolutely.
and funding of that
Yeah.
or supporting
Yeah.
that.
There are a lot of different tools.
So
that-
existing
that can be
businesses
used.
can stay
Yes,
with, yes,
yes,
So
absolutely.
it doesn't mean like it will spread that will push them out. It will
No,
spread in the
no,
sense that
that's
facades can be
exactly right.
updated.
Exactly. And so,
Can we go back to 4 for a little bit?
sure.
So on the nitty gritty, it says that we should be adding things like bike racks and trash receptacles and benches pretty much immediately.
Right.
How realistic is that if we're not developed?
State Street, the State Street sidewalk in particular is not conducive to that. It's not big enough. There's really no reason to have those right there. I don't think anybody really wants to sit in front of those buildings, to be very honest with you.
We have some,
There is limited,
and we're getting a
Amenities.
request to have moved.
Yeah, yeah.
No, they're not.
Oh, you
But
mean
if
like
we
the one by
went
the bus stop
sidewalks
and
with
stuff like that?
redevelopment, there might be,
Yeah, and again, on State Street there, the buildings would have to come down
yeah.
because we don't control State Street and the right of way. But, you know, that, yes, that is what we want to do. We also want to encourage people to move to the interior of the block as well. We will create a much better experience away from the State Street
And safer.
sidewalk, actually. And you can have rear entrances to buildings. You can have these plazas that we're talking about, the historic plaza. It can incorporate toward the rear of those buildings that can make them just as attractive as the front too. You know, where activity is off of the street. It's to the interior of the block.
Are we creating competing interests then with walkability and facing inward? Cause
Oh, no, I don't think so. The entire site would be, the walkability would be interconnected. The pedestrian feel, you'd be able to get easily from any quadrant of the development to another one. And, you know, that's why we have these passageways through the mid-block as well. That's why they're so important.
I guess, and also, is it gonna cut off the east side from the west side of State Street? If you're inward facing and block one becomes kind of an outdoor mall almost, it's gonna be challenging to create walkability from the west side to the east side.
You know, it's hard to say without a development to look at, you know, but those are considerations we can always bear in mind as we're looking at any potential development in that.
We
You know,
may
that we
find-
don't want to isolate people.
I mean, it could be that, you know, the one owner who has most of the property on the east side of State Street really looks at his development differently, you know what I mean? Or those business owners on that side.
Right.
It could change, but it's a matter of.
That
we
will
have
take a
control
little
of-
bit of time
yeah.
on the east side.
We have
You know,
control of
realistically,
what's
yeah, we don't
area.
control any of that directly like we do the west side. So,
Could
you
we
know,
incentivize them, maybe even in some areas?
you know, you have a mid-block crossing at State Street that's controlled like we talked about in Fifth Avenue, and that would help quite a bit as well. There is also, that right now, there are two access points, right on the corner of 4800 South and State Street. The one closest to the corner, it's very close to the corner, that should probably go away and would go away with any development because the building would probably wrap around that corner. But we could score points with UDOT by eliminating that access, and maybe they would allow us to gain another one mid-block or something in addition to Fifth Avenue and that. So those are all things that can be worked on to help improve the accessibility. So the findings basically are the Murray City General Plan provides direction and implementation through 5 key initiatives. The requested general plan amendment has been carefully considered based on public input and review of city planning best practices. The recommendations outlined in the plan provide clear, objective goals for the city to move forward in implementing the plan and furthering redevelopment in the downtown. The proposed amendment is in harmony with the goals and objectives, with the goals and initiatives of the Murray City General Plan. And on March 7th, 2024, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and received numerous comments. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 to forward a recommendation of approval to the City Council. You know, we have 3 weeks until this will come before you again. And I would really encourage you, if you have any questions at all, if anything comes up, please get in touch with us. We're more than willing to sit down with you and visit. We had a walking tour of the block today with Councilman Pickett and Councilwoman Cotter. We're happy to do that with you as well. So please let us know, and we'll answer any questions you have.
So it came up a lot in the planning commission meeting that we could, if we tear down the buildings as suggested, that we would lose historical
We're
designation.
not tearing down
If,
anything that we don't own,
I'm
correct,
saying,
Phil?
but if we did according to the plan, and we tore down the buildings the plan suggests,
That we own.
That's true. Well,
any
yes.
of the buildings it
But you-
suggests.
Well,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I have the understanding, we only tear down what we own.
Well, sure, we can't tear down something we
Yeah.
don't
We're not gonna tear down something that we
We're
don't
not,
own.
But, okay, let's say the plan goes 100% according to plan, which it won't, but theoretically. Would we lose the historical designation status on State Street?
The area was historically designated as a historic district many years ago. It was just a local historic designation. It's not a national. No,
Or a
it carries.
state, is it a state?
It does not carry any significant restrictions or status as a historic district. it was identified as a historically significant area at one time. And
That was deemed by Murray.
yeah, and those individual buildings were identified also as historic structures. Now, that was changed, the ability to regulate that was changed several years ago when the Murray First Ward was removed. And all a property owner has to do now is send a letter to my office asking to be removed from the historic status, and we will do that. And that has happened to most of the buildings in that corridor. The developers,
Has the owners.
the property owners don't want to be handcuffed, basically.
Well, which.
If an opportunity comes that, you know, they feel is too good to turn down, they want to be able to exercise their property rights and do what they wish with their own property.
And has the owners of the Dar building done that?
Yes, it is not. It's not on the list. It's been removed. It was one of the first
And
ones
that
to
was
be
something
removed.
that they
Yeah.
decided themselves.
And we have talked to the owner of the Dar building, and so we're in communication with him, and we feel like we have a great relationship with him, and we'll see what happens. But to my knowledge, right now, the city has no plans to purchase the building right now or anything.
And historically, the only time it has come up is when we were in negotiations with, who was the previous? Edlin. They wanted to buy the property in exchange, we would,
Yeah.
they
And
wanted
that
money
was-
from us and then that didn't fall
The
through.
mayor
So
could
that could
shed
be,
light on that.
yeah,
That
And I
was
assume
long
that you
before
get a developer in here and that'll happen again.
yeah,
They'll
that
want
could
to-
happen,
I would
yeah.
assume when you take this, and since the DAR, they wanna sell, you can't, you know, it'd be nice to say you can't, I mean, not, I don't
You
know.
can't control,
Yeah,
yeah,
just, well, the best example I have for you is look what you have by your street.
yeah, oh, I
They
know,
were gonna have a beautiful 55 and older,
and it didn't happen,
No.
yeah,
because the developer said, I'm done.
yeah,
I could have been in your district.
I know,
See?
you still can.
Well, no, I don't want to live in that kind of thing.
But what I'm saying is that it's not, we can set the plans in place, but it's really up to the owner too and
Right.
people who come into that
You know,
space
if
to
he
purchase,
wanted
yeah.
to keep that building there, he could keep that building there.
Right.
That's what basically comes
And
down
that's
to.
also
They own
something
it,
we can-
they determine the fate of that building, absolutely.
Or not sell at all.
Yeah.
Right, they
Yeah.
determine the fate, they can keep it as is, sure.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Well, it would have been nice if we got this, because when in my reading, it talks about the form-based code quite a lot. And I wouldn't have been up at the dais and say, no, I don't wanna give you the money.
You shouldn't have to worry about that at all.
But if I had this report that was generated
Sure.
from the open house and I saw this,
I mean,
but I understand now the form-based code and why it's needed but I can just sit down with you with all my little
Absolutely.
things that I have written up but I thought this
You
was,
know, we know the urgency to get
Yes.
the form-based code taken care of. We don't
Yes.
want that to impede any of this progress. That's why we came to you early with that. And now it's the turn of, it's our turn to review this
so
item.
we have this, we have our survey that we did several years ago, and we'll have the form-based code.
Right.
And then let the developers come.
Yep.
Because they know that we are listening to the citizens and we're doing and trying to accommodate to the citizens. What happens to the other buildings that we do not own, we have nothing to say about that.
Right.
That is somebody's building. We're not going
is
in and
correct.
we're not dictating what is gonna happen to those buildings because we don't own those buildings. And so,
I think we have as clear a picture right now
yeah,
as we have ever had
Yep.
to move forward. And that is what we would hope council will do in the end.
yeah,
Can I just add a word?
sure.
The walking tour today was very helpful.
Oh,
I highly recommend
It-
to walk with Phil and his team as they kind of walk you through and talk you through and answer all kinds of questions. That was really, really helpful
Yep.
in solidifying. I also feel the momentum. I feel the balls rolling the right direction after so many years of being stuck in the mud.
yeah.
And it's exciting and thrilling to be in
Yeah.
Murray. I'm excited for what's going to be happening in Murray in the
I
next few
agree.
years. Thank you, Bill.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
This was really good. I just love the plans. I just love that,
Well,
what is it called, wedding cake
oh,
style?
that's
Yes, I was very impressed and thank you, Elvon, for the tour. I really appreciate it and thank you, Phil, for your presentation.
welcome.
Okay, so now we're on to, let me grab my notes so I can see here. Discussion on an ordinance, relating to land use amendments. The general plan from parks and open space to medium density residential and amends the zoning map from A1 agricultural zoning district to R-1-6 medium density single family for the property located at 1177 West Bullion Street, Murray City. Phil Markham.
Okay. Jake Larson of Lartet Properties has approached us.
Is he here today?
He is here.
Okay,
Yes.
could he, yeah, and he's the one in the blue shirt.
And he is requesting a general plan and zone map amendment of the property that's commonly known as the Salt Lake County Fish and Game property. So the property is currently owned by Salt Lake County Fish and Game Foundation, a private nonprofit. And the owners of the property have engaged with Mr. Larson to pursue a rezone to facilitate a residential development. So they are in agreement with Jake on this. And what the surrounding land uses to this property are basically all single-family residential with some A1 agricultural mixed in. Now, there are a variety of densities. There is A1 where you can have one home per acre. And there are also R18, the Ivory subdivision is
So are you
R18.
saying that I could buy two of Mr. Larson's property and put a big house on it?
But
could I do
If
that?
it was like this, if it wasn't rezoned,
Okay. If it does get rezoned?
it's eligible to have homes on it right now.
Okay,
It could, yes.
okay,
But the number would, and the cost of the property, the cost of the home
right,
would be in the millions, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have R110, A1, R18, and A1 surrounding this property. The most significant residential development is the Ivory subdivision that backs onto this property.
yeah.
They are R18.
Yeah.
Mr. Larson
They
is-
are? They're an R18?
Yes, yeah. They are R18.
Thought they were R16.
No,
Oh.
that's R18. And so he is requesting R16, which basically is a home on a 6,000 square foot
Right.
lot, rather than an 8,000 square foot lot, which is what R18 is. And so the uses, the permitted uses between R16 and even agriculture, A1, are very, very similar. It's just basically the density and the fact that on agriculture, you can have animals. Once it's changed to a subdivision zoning, you can't have
Oh,
animals.
so they can't have any animals if they buy one of his pieces of property?
They could not have a farm animal.
They can have a farm.
Right. You do allow chickens.
Oh, we do
and
do
bees,
chickens
yeah.
now. Yes, we do
Yeah.
chickens, okay.
Okay.
Beehive?
The property is approximately 2.5 acres, 2.46 acres. And it's, in the current general plan, it's designated as open space and parks. However, there's no intention from the Parks Department in their master plan or in any plans they have to purchase or develop this at any point into additional parkland. So, really, the inevitability is that it will be residential zone. And R16, we feel, is an excellent use for this.
Is there a reason why he doesn't want to do R18?
You can get more homes in R16. He'll
So he
provide,
wants more homes?
right, he'll
Okay,
provide more homes in an R16 than he can in R18.
okay.
That is the primary reason, I believe. And so the way this is in harmony with the general plan, objective number 9 of the general plan says that the city should provide a mix of housing options and residential zones to meet a diverse range of needs related to lifestyle and demographics, including age, household size, and income. That's what that's the niche that R16 fills.
Yeah.
They're smaller lots.
Great for first-time home buyers.
don't necessarily have
I
to
don't
be
think these are
much
first-time
smaller
homeowners.
homes. You can put a large home on an R16
Oh, yeah,
parcel.
Mm-hmm.
And-
because they don't want the yard, but they want the
Right.
big house.
Right, right. Now, we do not have a concept plan from Mr. Larson yet. I can't tell you what the development would look like or that's putting the cart before the horse. First thing first is we need
Right,
to come to you with the rezone to see if it is possible for him to develop it.
yes.
Once the rezone has taken place and the general plan amendment has taken place, then he can proceed with plans to submit to us so that we can go to the planning commission and make sure that that's approved and it's a proper fit for the area.
Well, I'm not speaking for Mr. Larson, but we have a development that just kitty corner to my house on Bullion. And his structures, homes are very, very nice. And this will be really nice to have something there.
I agree. It will clean up
Instead
the
of-
property.
Yes,
Yes.
and that's what a few residents have said to me, that they appreciate that this is going to be not a.
This is in my district.
It is.
And once I learned about it, I rode my bike over and talked to people who were outside and said, what are your thoughts about that? And overwhelmingly, I just got thumbs up from everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, the traffic on Bullion, but don't tell me about traffic since I've been here since '85. So,
Well, the number of
Don't wanna
houses,
hear it.
the number of houses that would be allowed in
Yes,
that small
yeah.
parcel would not have a
yeah,
significant.
it's only
Yeah.
11 homes.
Yeah.
Another objective that it satisfies in our general plan is to preserve and stabilize current neighborhoods.
Yep.
It does that.
Yep.
And also encourage housing options for a variety of age, family size, and
Yep.
financial levels. Now, that's not to say that, these are going to be cheaper houses.
Oh.
I can't say. We haven't seen plans.
Right.
But I can assure you that the planning commission would seek to protect the flavor of the existing neighborhood. They're not
Yeah.
gonna do anything to damage that. And I don't think Mr. Larson would either.
Knowing Mr. Larson, no.
Does he own the other quadrant that is not in this? He owns.
No,
like,
I believe
he just
the
owns that.
Fish and Game is going to keep that small area where the pond is.
And they said in the planning and zoning meeting that the gentleman that does own it, or the little nonprofit people, they were going to improve it and have like fishing one day out of the year
I
for the
believe so.
kids to come and fish and all
Yep,
that.
that's-
Okay,
That's
perfect.
important. But we can't, that's not a condition.
Oh, no, but that was very nice that he made
Sure.
that statement during that meeting.
So I don't know if any of you have any specific questions about the property or that.
I've seen
Again,
that-
this will be
I've
3
seen
weeks.
that property develop my whole life.
It's been
That
there a
whole
long time.
area,
Yep,
it
there
has been a
time.
long, I remember it was just all fields and houses, few houses back there, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank
I
you.
will get out of your way.
Thank you for everything. Okay, we are now on our last discussion of a non-monetary assistance or free fee waivers for nonprofits. Jennifer Kennedy is next. You have 10 minutes.
I actually have. So I want to emphasize first and foremost, these are fee waivers for this budget year. These are not the ones that we are currently accepting for next budget year that we'll be discussing in another month or so. These are for this budget year that ends June 30th.
And they've already had a fee waiver.
So there's 2 applications here that we're talking about. The first one is for the power department.
Oh, right, gotcha,
And
yes.
for their Navajo project, and I believe the reason they did not ask for this ahead of time is because they weren't sure if they were gonna go this year or next year.
Right.
They were able to go this year, and so you can see from their application, the amount that it's going to be. The assistance amount is $29,000, which is for labor, equipment, and use and per diems for their employees, so that's what that money would be for. The second fee waiver is from the Murray Chamber. This is for their annual golf tournament. They did apply for one of these already this fiscal year. They had an event in, I'm trying to think.
End of the summer? Is
Yeah,
it
No, it was last
September.
year, September.
September, and
I think it was the 9th or 10th.
it's my understanding that because of the hot air balloon festival they're trying to put on, they need to move their golf
Oh,
tournament
that's
up. So
right.
they're asking for fee waivers of golf cart fees for May.
And it's not the fee waiver for the use of the golf course, just
Their
for the
application
carts.
says it's for golf carts.
Okay, so they will have to pay for the use of the course.
I mean, I don't know.
You guys are only approving.
Does GL know?
What was the question?
So we give
It's
the city is
what's
gonna
being
let them
waived?
use the golf carts. Will that also give them free access to the course?
No.
So they have to pay for the
That's
course,
correct,
but they get the use of the carts.
correct.
Okay.
So it's $20 per cart times 64 carts.
Okay.
So, sorry, I don't have that.
And they've already had one of these in this budget year,
They have,
2023, 2024.
they have. We don't
Okay.
have any guidelines that says they can only have one. We don't have anything like that.
Should the council look at that? Maybe have a guideline or some kind, so they're
I think
not
this is
keeping.
just a one-off because of their balloon
Balloon
festival,
festival,
right?
it's just, they're
I
just
think
pushing
so
it,
too.
so they're not gonna come back in September again, are they?
Well, they could.
They could come back. We're accepting fee waivers for next budget year right now.
But they haven't
So
submitted
they
one for
could-
next
I'm,
year.
I'm not sure it's submitted at this point or not. So it is possible they could do one.
They could come back for the balloon festival or something, yeah.
Yeah, they could.
Which
So I
is a
just
new
want-
event.
Yeah, it's a new event. So I just wanted to take a few minutes in the committee of the whole to explain why we have these. It'll be 2 separate public hearings. I have asked someone from the chamber to be here.
Is there anybody here from the chamber? I don't see anybody.
Probably not because it's not the council meeting yet.
Oh,
So do you guys have any questions on these
With
or?
the Navajo, do they do that every year, or is it every other year?
Fair.
I was gonna say, it
Depends.
depends. We've done it consecutive years and then we've skipped. I guess the needs of.
Who determines how often it happens?
I think they,
I would say Greg would be the one that
Yeah.
would present it to me.
I know,
COVID
then-
kind of screwed it up a little bit for a couple years.
Yeah, because we didn't go during that time.
So I'd just like to make sure we're doing it every year.
Yeah.
That there's,
I mean, if there's 100
With
homes.
the council's thing, we'd probably do that, so.
And
Yeah.
was it last council meeting, the committee of the whole, where they said 100 homes got electricity? Okay, let's get some more.
well, I think even
So-
like UAMPS will participate with it,
Right.
with the other states. Other states do come
Oh,
as well,
absolutely,
and
yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
they
not
do it
just
every
us.
year regardless. So
And
it
if
could
they
be,
have the manpower
it's just
and order to do that.
depending the cities.
They would want to do that.
And if we have the funding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The funding, you know, outside that.
So those will be coming before you tonight at the council meeting.
Alrighty, so is there any other business? Oh, no? If not, I will adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting starts at 5 o'clock. Oh, look at this, people. You have some time. So, I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Noon, everyone. Take a few seconds here and get started. All right, everyone, welcome to the RDA meeting. We are going to go ahead and get started. It's 5 p.m. We're going to start with the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion or questions about the minutes?
So I had some corrections that I think everybody has a copy of. So I will make a motion to approve the corrected minutes that we have.
Okay, I have a motion, and can I get a second?
I have a second.
All right, thank you, Pam. And then, could we just, do you want to go ahead and do roll? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye.
Mr. Mingus?
Aye. All right, we can go ahead and that's been approved and passed. Thank you so much for those corrections. And then we'll go ahead and continue on with the citizen comments. If you are a citizen, please go ahead and come to the mic. And Patty will go ahead and give you a form to fill out. And you have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
My name is Dylan Barney. I live in Murray, not far from this city office. And I'd like to thank the Murray City Redevelopment Agency for trimming the weeds on the corner of 4th Avenue and Box Elder Street. And I look forward to having the weeds trimmed on 4869 Box Elder Street, just south of the mechanic shop, and also the weeds that are on 4874 Box Elder Street that's owned and operated by the redevelopment agency. And I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a nice day. Thank you. Appreciate the help. And the weeds are just outside your door, more or less. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barney. I will go ahead and open it up to anyone else who has any public comments. All right, have we received any emails or anything? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and now close the citizen comments section of the agenda. And we'll go ahead and continue on to item number 3, discussion item, review the smelter site project area with Elvon presenting. Thank you, Elvon.
Thank you. All right, I'm looking forward to a really good discussion with you today. So to give you a little bit of background, this is something we want to do with each individual RDA project area. We would like to do a refresh of just talking about priorities and projects for each individual project area going forward. We should do this regularly, just keep things on top of mind, and so that the staff knows the priorities that you have for these project areas. We're really grateful for Chair Dominguez for talking high-level project or working with you to have high-level goals and objectives for the RDA as a whole. And we're going to dive into each individual project area going forward. And today we want to talk about the smelter site project area. And to give just kind of a background, there was a smelter site RDA area summary in the packet. Just want to do a high-level overview and summary of the project area as just to keep the discussion a little bit more cohesive and to have that in the back of our minds as we're going through with this. So the smelter site, it was established in 1999. I've listed the RDA resolutions to approve the area plan and budget. As you know and are very aware that to create a project area, you have to approve a plan and budget that will basically direct and guide everything that you do in that area. So I've summarized down below the objectives of the plan just to make sure that we have those top of mind as we're talking about specific projects and that we can actually tie back those projects that we have to the plan. And then in 2005, we amended the project area boundary, expanding it. 2009, the tax area, the increment was triggered to start collecting that. 2016, there was an amendment to the project area boundary allowing 12% pass-through to the Murray School District, so amending that budget. And then in 2023, the project area tax increment collection period expired. So just to go over the plan objectives, which as we read through these, you'll notice that it's really great that we've actually done a lot of these things that were in the original plan. This was a perfect area for a RDA project area with the smokestacks and the blight that was in that area, the environmental contamination. And so the first objective was to remove, if possible, all blight and blighted influences from the project area. It was to encourage continuance of rehabilitation of existing buildings or uses as long as the blight conditions are removed. To provide the strengthening of the tax base and the economic health of the entire community in the state. That's a pretty broad one. And then development of retail sales, promote or market sites for development or redevelopment, provide utilities, streets, curbs, sidewalks, parking areas, landscape areas, plantings and or street furniture to give the area a new look to attract business activity, and then coordinate and improve the public transportation system and provide improved pedestrian circulation systems. So we have been not only meeting internally as staff, but with other department directors as well. And we've kind of been compiling a list of projects that we've been hearing that people would like to work on that would improve this area. That list includes a pedestrian bridge connecting east and west side of the State Street near IMC, assisting with funding parking structure, expansion of bike lanes or sidewalks along Cottonwood Street and the bridge just south of the area, allocating money to work with UTAs or the state on a potential shuttle from station to downtown in the future. Project area funds can be used outside of the project as long as it benefits the project area. I'll make that very key point just as we're talking about some of these projects. And improving pedestrian sidewalks along Vine Street, allowing for better access between the project area and downtown. And then update improved landscaping within the project area. So those are some of the things we've discussed. Now, I'd love to hear from you what your priorities are, if you'd like to call out any of these specific projects, if you don't think we should include any of these projects. Once we have a priority list, then that will help us know how to move forward with the funds that we have in the area. And if you'd like to include any other projects, that'd be great too. Yeah.
What is the total, what do we have in terms of funding?
Yeah, so we're still calculating that with the new tax increment from this previous year. Estimated around 2.2 million in the project area. There's still some, we'll be working with Brenda to get that exact number.
Okay.
We purposely didn't include a specific detailed cost estimates for each of these projects. Some of these projects will use up all of those funds and still need more. Some of them will use only a portion of those funds. But what we want to hear are those high-level goals of what will improve the area and what you'd like to see, those projects that will have the greatest impact.
Perfect. Paul, do you have any questions?
No, it just, could you talk to me a little bit more about when you talked about pedestrian bridge over State Street? Where, how, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so there's been no specific place has been identified for that, but in the past there have been proposals from Murray Park over to the IMC area. We have worked internally with different departments, including the Parks and Rec Department. They're aware of that suggestion. UDOT and IMC are both willing to come to the table on that as well. And we feel like that's been good progress.
And with that, a bridge could eat up 2.2 million.
Oh,
So we would have to
yes.
look for other funding as well.
Yeah, we would look for other grant opportunities and other funding sources.
Perfect.
The idea there would correlate directly back to the plan objective of improving pedestrian circulation systems. It would also improve the tax base in and around the area as the IMC, people visiting there can go to our park, can also connect to Point of 53rd, the Murray Tower Plaza area as well via that pedestrian walkway.
So with this State Street stuff, the park's master plan calls for us to add trails along Cottonwood Creek. Could we dovetail that and go underneath a State Street, like how they do on they did on 13th East?
Yes,
Russ
we-
is
See a
like
lot of
killing me.
head shaking,
It-
yes?
So
yes.
how do they
When
put?
talking
so-
with our department heads, that's idea has pretty much been nixed. Just because of the water table is the
Okay,
big thing
got it.
with going under there.
Okay, different landscape.
That's good to
Yeah.
know. Okay.
And the amount of utilities that are going through that area as well.
We could just have the same problems we have with the Murray Theater, just
No,
with the
no.
with the trail.
It's that water table, yeah. But no, I think that's a great idea. There is the trail going through the park. There is the trail on the side with the IMC, just there north of IMC as well. And so
In
the
between
goal
their
would be
buildings,
to
yeah.
be able to connect those.
So it's almost like a pedestrian bridge would kind of continue the trail from the park into the IMC area.
I think we need it, or else we have two trails, not one. Or we want a lot of jaywalking across State Street.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you said the smelter site.
Yes.
This is what we're looking at.
We're looking specifically at the smelter site
When
this
I look
time.
at the smelter site,
Yeah.
I just see parking,
Uh-huh.
a parking lot. So what projects would we bring into that parking lot? Nothing, right? Or are we looking at something? Do we own it, or does the
So
hospital?
we do not own it. The hospital owns it.
Okay.
And so that would have to be working in tandem with IMC. And there are also environmental factors with the SSOD there, with capping.
Can you explain the
Yeah, so
Q.
with the environmental cleanup of the blight that we've done for this project area that's brought the hospital and everything, part of cleaning it up was capping
Yes,
the
got it.
environmental blight.
And that's what they
And
did with
it's
the parking
still-
lot.
And so there's specific requirements from federally and from the state as far as what can go on there. We would still like to see more development happen there, and we would like to still work with IMC. And I think that's partially why the project of assisting with funding parking structure was suggested, because that would allow them to, support them to reduce the cost that prohibits that.
my understanding is the requirements allow us to do industrial and some commercial. That's all we can do. So nothing residential in that area because of the environmental impact.
Yes.
I still, how is the bridge having anything to do with the smelter site? Is it because it's connecting the smelter site over to State Street? I mean,
Yes.
over to
Over to
the
Murray
east
Park.
side?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do anything for that area that has the stuff that's been capped. So that will never be,
So
there's
it-
nothing
it-
there.
It does affect that. So part of, our purpose as the RDA is to promote economic growth, improve infrastructure, increase property values, and enhance quality of life. And so it would enhance part of that quality of life for those that are located on the smelter site, giving them better access to the Murray Park. And
Okay,
Down
vision.
to patients, to residents, to.
part of that bridge would land on the smelter site RDA. So IMC is part of that, so it
But-
goes from State Street, over to Cottonwood Street.
I get it.
And from basically the river, or the creek
Yeah.
to 5300.
But I'm looking at the south end of the smelter site on
Yeah.
53rd, up at the top of the hill.
Mhm.
Are we looking at to do something, it used to be trailer homes. Are we looking to do something there in that area? Or are we just saying, let's build a bridge and it can connect the hospital with the people in the park and that's it?
If, yeah, you can,
Or are we gonna be
Suggest a
looking at,
project for
because
that,
you said
yeah.
a theater? Well, that would be awesome. People
so,
in the hospital can go watch a movie.
so
How
that
much, I guess
is
the question is, how much does IMC own of the smelter site?
all of it.
All of it?
Yeah. So, yeah, including the area with Costco and all of the parking. So the proposed development plans at the time of the project, that is what, when we created the project area, we were speaking with developers and that's what they were suggesting. They were suggesting basically a mall and a movie theater was part of that. And that evolved where Intermountain Health took over that site and built IMC instead of that commercial center or that mall. But I think it's very important to still know what was originally planned when the area was created.
I'm just
So
curious.
there's no specific plans in place for a theater.
And you want ideas from us?
Yeah.
For the smelter site.
Yes.
And the smelter site, to me, is that empty parking lot.
Yeah,
Is that right? Is that what you want from us?
that would be great. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
You can only do
It's
commercial
the-
because it's been capped, correct?
It's,
We don't know that. Oh, we don't.
oh, we don't own the property.
Oh, no, we don't own it, right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, wait, we don't own it?
We don't own
So
it.
if we don't own it, why are we coming up with ideas when they could shoot them down? And if it's the hospitals, they should come with ideas,
We can
right?
do things for infrastructure that will improve the area, regardless of what we own, which will encourage more
Oh,
development
got
on the
it.
part of
So with the
IMC.
bridge would encourage those people that own the parking lot would do something because the bridge would be there.
Yeah, it will
Got
improve
it.
the
So-
area.
so-
Hey, just went around the tree a couple of times, but I'm here.
Yeah, so
My
I mean,
apologies.
let me just speak up. I've been one of the people that have been proponent of a bridge somewhere in that area. I think it adds to the walkability of the
Yeah.
downtown area. It ties it all together. It's a free flow movement of people, which I think is a wonderful idea as we're trying to make a downtown a destination. Love to have somebody park a car somewhere and just be able to walk around and get to different places. Tying the hospital grounds to the city park is a great idea, great idea. So, you know, as we talk of things like that,
Yes.
I think that's important to keep in mind, that the
Yes.
overall picture, what we're looking at, make downtown walkable.
Got it.
Well, I think,
But-
oh, go ahead.
But with that, I think if we're serious about a bridge, I think it's like step 7, because we need a walkable area before we put the bridge, and we need to have a better plan of how we're gonna create walkability. If we just build a bridge and hope it's gonna be walkable, nobody's gonna use it. We need to have walkability first,
I
and then add the bridge.
And on that side
No, I
of,
think they're gonna use the bridge, especially if they have people in the hospital and they
But
wanna
nobody's
escape.
there right now. Like,
Yeah.
who's walking around at the Best Buy property in IMC right now? You get, what,
residents and nurses.
50 pedestrians a day?
Oh, I'm
That's a
thinking of
$2
the
million project for 50
Oh,
pedestrians.
no, I'm thinking of the people that are in the hospital with loved ones and they need to escape for a couple of hours. They can take the bridge and go over into the park and escape for a couple of seconds to gather their thoughts and then come back over to the hospital.
Wait.
Because I see residents come over to Chick-fil-A all the time.
I still think it's very many people. I think we need to add
We-
other factors to it before we
Well,
do a pedestrian
think-
bridge.
I was gonna say, sorry.
No, no,
Paul,
go
let me
ahead.
just finish this. I think it warrants, if, let's say, a bridge is a priority, then it warrants for some information, right?
Right.
It warrants from information from our staff, it warrants like some studies to happen. How many people are walking across State Street? And if IMC is included in that conversation, then of course IMC is gonna participate at some, whether it's financially or what. I mean, before we invest our money, there's a lot of steps we have to do beforehand, and I think the walkability, of course, includes that. You know, IMC in the other parts of the CBD area, they own Hunter, is that Hunter? The apartment complex right on the edge, and that can create something else, you know? So I think there's I think what we are wanting to know is in this area of the smelter plant, within the RDA funds, and with the priority being whatever it may be from the council, what does that look like?
Yeah.
And then move the next, I guess, talk about next steps of what that could look like or where we go from there.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, as we look at the larger MZCD, as we look at the development of the downtown area, a bridge will be a natural fit. It won't be right away.
Right.
Like Councilmember Hawk is saying, it's something that's probably down the road, but I think it's something that we definitely need to keep in the radar.
Yeah, and one of the corridor, I mean, what separates the two, I think, RDA areas is the river. And so, and I know IHC has done some things in that area, but it doesn't mean that we can't ask for them to expand or just, and I'm sure they would be willing participants between the two buildings of I call it the Copper Building and then the hospital
The
parking
Gardner
lot.
Transformation Center.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the what again?
Gardner Transformation Center.
Gardner Transformation Center, yeah. I know there's some walkability in between those two buildings.
There is. They've
Yeah.
built a bridge there to go
Yeah.
over the creek.
And we also have Lost Creek Apartments there in that corner. you
That's what
know,
it is,
that's-
yeah,
we-
Lost
You
Creek.
can't forget, that's a lot of people living there. So we are looking at a good thing down the road, but we need to keep it in our radar.
Well, and sometimes that's our role, especially with the RDA. We are not thinking like right now, but long-term in terms of, and when does this RDA expire?
So the tax collection it expired in 2023. So we're no longer
2023.
collecting tax increment on.
Oh, okay,
tax
so,
increment
but we have that funding to be able to use?
Yes.
Okay. And that doesn't get transferred into other RDAs? Is that correct?
No, that
No.
has to be used in this area.
Okay.
And just real quick to go back to that point, we do have mobile data that shows visitation. I was looking for my report, but we have looked at visitation data between IMC and both the Point of 53rd and the park, and it is about 25% of their visitors. If I'm remembering correctly, I'll send you
Yeah,
the
that would
exact
be great.
numbers, but 25% of visitors to IMC also go to those two locations.
But that's just IMC across the street? Are we saying, I guess, they have to come back, so it's 25% both ways?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought through it as I was talking.
No, but there will be some people, I mean, the visitation numbers from IMC to there will be different than those who go to the Point of 53rd and then go over to the hospital. But again, we're looking at the impact it has on the smelter site RDA area.
And also, during the fireworks, if there was a bridge, people could park over on the west side and walk over the bridge to enjoy the fireworks. And then they wouldn't have to park over on the east side. Just thinking ahead.
One of the things that we haven't even touched on is, tracks is there on the other side of the smelter site, tracks and Front Runner. And one of the things I hear over and over is, I wish once I got off, there was more of a walkability area to get to the park and the safer route. So I think this can tie into that as well. I mean, I foresee that.
Yeah, that's why we put improving pedestrian sidewalks. We put it along Vine Street, but in that area, a lot has been done to put crossings across Cottonwood
And
as well.
Does,
Can
sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
piggyback
Yeah,
off yours?
yeah.
So the master plan for the transit area calls for us to build an entrance between Front Runner and tracks. Could we use RDA money to have an aesthetically pleasing, like, connection point between them, or a bridge that goes over so people get from Front Runner to tracks?
Yes, we could probably show that it would benefit the project area.
Yeah.
The tracks line and the Front Runner station are
have-
not currently in
areas
that
there.
project area. We are planning
Okay,
on
they're
also
outside.
doing our Murray Central Station area plan.
Right, that's what I was gonna mention, was
Oh, okay.
just that that central station is going to be undergoing a major master plan revision and update. So there's gonna be big news coming from UTA and Trax concerning that station area. And that you're going to see a very significant transformation of that area in the coming years. I don't know timetable-wise how soon that will happen, but they have big plans for that area. And so a bridge across State Street would be a natural conduit for foot traffic, bike traffic to flow from the station to the east side of State.
Thanks. But yeah, if you would like to say that, you know, one of our priorities is increasing or improving the walkability or the pedestrian walkways right there from the tracks into the
Yeah.
project area, I think that's also something we
Yeah.
can put as a priority.
Yeah, I think it would, I mean, one, our partnership, we love that there could be a potential partnership with IHC for the bridge, right? So that's great. But just continuing that walkability, I think would be our priority. Any other things
I was
other
just-
than a theater and or park?
Well,
No, I mean,
theater up there. People
could the
take
RDA
bridge.
funds, let's say hypothetically, could the RDA funds also benefit things that the hospital may need? Whether it be like I don't know.
Mayor has a-
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Just, and I think we told you this, but it's interesting because over the last 13 years, IMC sometimes is hot for this program to work. I mean, it was back in 2000, I want to say 15, I'm guessing around there. They came on board and really wanted a bridge, and then a new president came in. Didn't want anything to do with that. Now, we've been contacted by IMC and they're interested again. They brought up the bridge. They brought up some other things, and then we brought up some some sponsorships, and all of a sudden, they're interested. So I'm not,
Right.
it just comes and goes, so I guess we can't count on that, because it's gonna be quite a while before that happens, but
Right.
right now, they're very interested in helping with.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
awesome.
I think they see the benefit for the people who are visiting the medical center. It's whether or not, how engaged they want to be.
Well, I think it would also connect with the new project that's coming in, where the old city hall is. I think we'll find more connectivity as projects go on. And I think and I'm sure there's some sort of we do have a transportation master plan too. And I don't know if that calls for a bridge, but it does call for some sort of connectivity on State Street, and so that can work.
Once we're talking about connectivity, we need to look at connecting all of our places, like we have downtown Murray, we have Fashion Place that are not connected. So if we can formulate ways to connect those, even like Fire Clay area, connect all of them so people are able to move around the city easier and use all of those places.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the kids that come over to Hillcrest that ride tracks. That would be a safety feature when the old bridge was torn down between Hillcrest and Murray High. It would be nice for the kids that do come in here to Murray to go to Hillcrest, that there was a bridge there. I was just thinking of the students, but.
Is this also, yeah, that's a good point. Is this also something that where the CBD RDA area can also help with the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's right there in
'Cause they're-
kind of
yeah.
bridging both of those areas, yes.
So I understand that if we approach the bridge, then we can do things, or not us, sorry, the hospital could do something with the parking lot. It would incentivize them to do something like that?
It will promote economic development in that area.
Okay.
It's still ultimately their decision what
Right.
they're doing. I
Of
think
course.
they realize
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
if they're wanting to expand at all in that area,
Okay.
they would need to start building vertically on their parking structures.
So the only thing that they want from us is just connecting the east to the west to the east. And I see that it would be the bridge. Is that what is that what you guys get from this conversation? Because I don't know what other projects to put on the smelter site because we don't own it. It's the hospital.
Yeah.
We,
I mean-
we
I mean,
do
we
own the
could
road and the infrastructure there, so, I will, bring up that, let's see, which one's
Trees, we
the
could
expansion
put
of bike
trees.
lanes, sidewalks along Cottonwood Street and that bridge. We'll also bring that up.
I think it's not just the bridge, it's, yeah, we beautify it, we add trees, we widen the sidewalks. We have places that people want to walk on. Like right now, who likes to walk along a parking lot? It's not really interesting to walk along a parking lot, so if we could find ways, maybe it's art pieces, maybe we look at commissioning art to be down that road so people have things to look at. So the bridge is one component, but we need a stronger walkability vision than just the
think-
bridge.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, what I'm gathering is beautification, a bridge, walkability. Anything else for, is that kind of what everybody? And something within the arts, I mean beautifying, right? But yeah, have walked that street with my dog and our kids, or even going to the liquor store. There's really nothing, there's nothing that drives us to that side of the street, you know? And the liquor store is a part of that as well, correct? Not that they're probably going anywhere, but we never know.
I believe it is not included in the project.
Is it just right over the,
It's just right over the
okay.
creek.
Oh,
Could
yeah,
we-
that's right. I see it.
Could we commission art? Like, could we use RDA funds for art?
Where
Yes.
would you put it?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we'll
We
figure
could
that
paint
out.
something in the middle of the street.
I'm so confused. So are we, we're still talking about the smelter site, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We could put it on on the sidewalk.
We could look at expanding sidewalks and we could put, statues,
Statues.
sculptures across the
On
way.
Okay, on the smelter site where the parking lot is.
Mhm.
right?
Along this parking lot.
Okay.
We could do something like that. We could add trees. We could seriously paint the street. Like have murals in the street, shut it down for a couple days and paint murals in there.
Well,
That-
until the snowplow comes
Well,
and then it's gone.
Well, we have, the other,
I'm looking over at Russ.
the other part of the walkability too is improving the walkability along 5600 South. I think is also, that's also something that is at the south side of the,
Sorry, did you say
improving the walkability on the south end. I mean, we
on
have sidewalks.
5300?
Yeah, 5400, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-
Because that wraps around Costco and it connects those buildings, if that makes sense.
So if
Yeah.
you put art there, who's gonna walk over to look at the art?
Well, that's the idea,
who's gonna
Pam.
walk along to see a parking lot?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm going,
We have a better chance. Like, it's giving us options.
Yeah. The opportunity is here to be had. We don't know what that's gonna look like exactly. I think you wanna visually see it.
yeah.
Yeah. I think right now we're just asking for what it potentially could be and then eventually we'll let people will work it out. We could even I was in DC and I was in their new metro stop out of Alexandria. And they had this beautiful art installation within the Metro Center, like coming out of, so that you can put art anywhere. I mean, we have these beautiful glasses that were referencing our Murray Park, so you can put art anywhere.
I
Really.
just wanna know who's gonna drive over there. I mean, it's a road.
Between us all, I mean, we'll be
So
there
it-
eventually.
It could
It's a
potentially
road to
encourage
Jennifer's
people to
house.
go over there, but it could also improve it for the people who are there, for the hospital, or
Okay, I'll give you
or
that.
for tracks or
Okay.
front runner.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
We're just saying, it's not to be an attraction area, it's just to improve the area. Okay, so again, priorities, you heard them. Anybody else, anything else before we move on?
Could we do improved bike lanes too? That's on the plan?
Yeah,
Okay. When we say improved bike lanes, are we just saying we're repainting or are we looking at like curbing, like define improved bike lanes for me?
It would be specifically designating those bike lanes. There's parts of Cottonwood Street that, if I'm remembering correctly, are
Or
shared.
shared.
So it'd be designating those as bike lanes. And then,
Well, even within the
Potentially
walkability between the park and to tracks, are there any, I mean, I'm sure people use bikes on that. Is that correct or no? Like in that walkway?
from along Vine Street or, sorry, what are you?
No, between the two buildings. The,
Oh, between
IHC,
and, yeah,
uh-huh.
and tracks.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
I've seen
sure.
people
Okay.
biking.
and maybe even expanding on those as well. Yeah, okay. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, we're throwing it out there. We don't know, Russ. We don't know until it happens. I mean, fix
These
it now,
are-
Russ.
These are the high-level priorities that we'll be basing our decisions on these
Okay,
projects going
perfect.
forward.
I think
What I'm
this is great.
hearing is beautification of the area, bridge,
Mm-hmm.
walkability. Where would you like to fit bike lanes into that priority
Mm-hmm.
list?
Yeah, I would say bike lane, I mean, between the two corridors, I would say tracks and State Street somehow. Whether it be a shared area or even within those walkways, widening them for bikes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
In the priority list, would they be more important than the bridge, in your
For
opinion?
bikeways, I don't know.
They're gonna be cheaper. I think we can get more bang for our buck on a bike lane.
Yeah,
I'm okay with bike lane because I ride my bike everywhere, but that bridge has got to stay
Yep.
pretty close up there.
I'm
know.
with you.
our bridge is gonna be expensive regardless.
Well, if you got UDOT, and you got the hospital, and you got us, you never know. Throw it out there.
Could we get Salt Lake County to help?
Oh, I'm sure there'll be something. We'll find the,
You can find different grants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
not
really
sure
think
what
if you
they
start
have
with the
specifically
bridge,
that you can
then
use that
everything
for.
else will roll and play.
I just think the bridge will also be kind of a little bit dramatic also in that area, which it will draw people's attention as we're developing everything else and ties everything together. So that's why it's got to stay up high. I like the bike, you know, I'm okay with that. I think it's important
Yep.
that we get more bike lanes, but the bridge needs to stay up high in my mind.
well, bridges now have to meet certain requirements, right? And they're pretty wide. If you see a new bridge now, they're wide and they have to be ADA compliant. So a bike could go on a bridge easily. So it's not out of the question.
Oh, bikes
I
go
think-
down the Jordan River.
Yeah.
Bridge.
Okay. Any other priorities? Anything else you guys want to see? Speed bumps? No? Just kidding. I'm kidding. I know it's very controversial, Russ.
It was good. I like
No,
these kind of
But I
conversations.
appreciate that question, because again, this was a list that we put together from talking to people, talking to other department heads. So if there's other things that you feel like we haven't considered.
Go over the list one more time.
So pedestrian bridge connecting east and west side of State Street near IMC.
Okay.
Assisting with funding a parking structure. Expansion of bike lanes or sidewalks along Cottonwood Street and the bridge. Update, improve landscaping within the project area. Allocating money to work with UTA or the state on potential shuttle from station to downtown in the future. Improving pedestrian sidewalks along Vine Street, allowing for better access between the project area and downtown.
I think we get one shot at the bridge.
I do, because I just
Everything else
thought-
can be worked out later on, I think.
Yeah, because I just thought of something. If a bus goes north-south, south-north, they can pick up people at the Fashion Place Mall and drop them off here.
We're just talking about this one site.
I know, I'm just saying, I'm visualizing that if there's a UTA bus that goes down near Fashion Place Mall, picks up people, and they could bring them down here and drop them off. What?
There's a UTA route that comes out.
Yeah.
Oh,
I make my daughter take
don't-
it
I
to
don't.
go to the mall.
well, I'm just saying, they have the bridge, they can walk over, go back to the hospital, whatever.
I think what
I
our
thi-
biggest
I
thing
really-
is, where do we spend the 2.2 million? What do we prioritize? I think beautification is a small part of the budget, but I think You know, the bridge is gonna take a good chunk of it, but if we don't make even beautification a priority, then we just are left with more of what we already have. And we're gonna have to look for funding regardless for this bridge, said bridge. So I think, I don't know. And then we can prioritize where or what, but yeah, okay. Anything else? I think
I'm
and
just
if we have
thinking-
any questions, just email you. Sorry, Mayor.
I just received a resignation letter. Who's this from? Oh, Russ Cackle? I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Russ, we're gonna name the bridge after you. No.
As we do this with each project area, we're definitely gonna be looping in Russ, and we'll make sure that,
Russ will age as we finish this project. It's okay, Russ. It's gonna be great. It'll be great. It'll be great. Well, awesome. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other thoughts? Okay. We'll go ahead and move on. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Elvon. Thank you. I appreciate this. I think this is very helpful, just to hear where everyone's at. So I look forward to the other areas. All right, Phil, go ahead.
Okay, I just have a few updates for you, just quickly. The chapel and the parcel to the south of the chapel, we are pressing really hard on the engineering company to finish that. They keep telling us they're very close, and once we receive that and have those two parcels completely identified, then we will be able to come back to you and talk about selling the chapel and selling the other parcel and moving forward. That'll be an exciting time, and I think we will see that in the early summer. We're gonna be having those discussions, so we should see something significant there. Also, on our walk today, we talked about the condition of Block 1 on State Street and on Fifth Ave. And I've spoken with Jeff Martin. He has promised to pursue getting those areas cleaned up as you requested. I'm not certain if city crews will be able to get on it right away, but I told him if they needed to go outside on city crews, that we would have that discussion and see if we could possibly hire someone to help get that area cleaned up and looking better. Also around the Cahoon House as well. So we'll spruce that area up as soon as possible.
those notices off the doors?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll clean up that entire area there and make it look as presentable as we can. And then also, for your information, tomorrow at 10:30, from 10:30 to 11:30 at the Senior Center, NeighborWorks is having a seminar to talk to the seniors there about their home improvement plan, their program. So they will be explaining what they're able to do, and if any of those folks are interested, then they'll be able to follow up with NeighborWorks on that. So we think it's a great opportunity to advertise their program, and we would really like to see more of these older homes and these underserved populations get some improvement on their existing houses. So, okay.
That is so nice. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
That's great, because they don't know where to go.
No, you know what,
And they-
NeighborWorks is great.
Some of them are not on the computer,
The
and they don't
program
know
is
who to-
there, it's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
We just have to remind people of these resources that are out there. And, you know, many times we just kind of forget about them. And there are a lot of programs out there. And, you know, with regard to the bridge over State Street, there's a lot of different funding sources as well. A lot of federal grants, transportation grants, many different things that we can apply for. And so, you know, that is not something that the city could do on their own, that's for sure. And we have a willing partner in UDOT that would really like to see that as well. And we've had some very good discussions with their planners lately, and so we're encouraged about that as well. Okay. Anything else
That's
that
awesome.
can ask?
No, any other questions for Phil before we end?
Okay.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I know. We're gonna do more of them. Yeah, we're gonna do more of it. All right, with that, with Pam's excitement, we will close the RDA and we will meet you all back here at 6:30. Thank you.
One out to this Murray City Municipal Council meeting, April 16th, 2024. Mayor, thank you. GL, are we here? All right, here, let's start this again. Welcome, everyone. It's almost a full house. To our city council meeting of April 16th, 2024. I am Councilwoman Pam Cotter. We have Councilmember Paul Pickett, Councilwoman Rosalba Dominguez. Councilwoman Diane Turner is not here today, so we will excuse her, and Councilmember Adam Hawk. Jennifer is next to Adam Hawk, and then we have Brooke and the mayor. Welcome, Mayor. And then we have our city attorney, GL. Our first item on the agenda is our Pledge of Allegiance, and I have Maria Haas and Monet Klinger. She's still what? Oh, okay. Would you like to, and these two girls are from our MYCC organization. Thank you for doing this.
Please stand, or already do it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for doing this for me. Okay, so our next one is approval of minutes. Do I have any corrections or anything that needs to be taken care of or redone or whatever? I would take a motion to approve the council meetings of March 19th, 2024.
I move that we approve the minutes for March 19th, 2024.
Okay, I have a motion for the council meeting, March 19th, 2024. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second. Brooke?
Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Mr. Hawk.
Aye.
Mr. Pickett.
Aye.
Ms. Cotter.
Aye. Thank you. We're rolling right along here. Okay, let me get to my next paperwork. I don't want to be behind. So our next one is the Murray City Employee of the Month, Carrie Burgess, Building Department Permit Specialist. We will have the mayor, myself, and Thomas Butts, if you are here, and I'm going to turn the time over to Phil. Mayor?
I am really excited to be able to present to you Carrie Burgess tonight. She was nominated by Thomas Butts, a fellow employee. Thomas is one of our building inspectors. And I asked him to read his nomination since it's truly from the heart. So, Thomas?
Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, Carrie's been an amazing coworker. She's an invaluable help getting the building department's new permitting software up and running. She's kind of our go-to between us and their IT. She's just been a tremendous help. Always dependable. She's very, very customer service oriented. I mean, more so than I think anybody else in the department, or at least in the building. She's just, that door opens, she's always there to try to grab somebody and help out. She's always willing to learn. She actually just recently got her national permit tech certification, which is kind of a big deal. So she's officially a permit tech. It was a hard test and she passed it first time around. So, I mean, awesome job there. She's always trying to improve, and I mean, the building department is kind of a unique kind of foreign language a lot of times, and so she kind of picked up on that really quickly and was able to just kind of go with that, and she learned really quickly, and she's been amazing. She's always wanting to learn the reasoning behind the answer so that she doesn't have to come back and ask it again. She's always wanting to learn why and so that she can just help that person next time without having to go to anybody else. It's been amazing that way. So she's got amazing leadership qualities. I really love working with Carrie, and I hope she stays forever.
And,
Yep.
you know, also, just to show her willingness to do things, with the retirement of Susan Nixon, we did not have a notary public in the department. Carrie got her notary public certification, and so she's filled that void as well. That's the kind of person she is. Now, Carrie?
We're still gonna compliment you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're still got some stuff to say about you.
So, switch places. So, congratulations. And as the Murray City Employee of the Month, the council would like to give you this certificate and a gift card. It's only for you and one family. So, it's 1,000. You love it. No.
Just for me?
Yeah. And thank you for everything that you do for the city. We really appreciate it. And thank you for being here and taking care of all those developers and those people that want permits. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
And Carrie, how many years have you been here again?
It's going on 2.
2 years. Oh, really, that's impressive.
2 long years.
And you are well respected in your department. From what Thomas said, you are the best worker in the building, so we're taking you up on that and on that $1,000 we just gave you, but anyway, thank you. We're excited, and honestly, you're always, I come in and you're always pleasant, always, and that is a great thing, in my opinion, when you are someone that comes from outside and you come in to be well received. You're very complimented on that I hear that from Phil and other people, so thank you for all you do for our city, and we just want to congratulate you, so we'll give you a big round of applause again. Now we're going to ask if you introduce your family, whoever's here with you. So
Do what?
introduce whoever's here with you and say whatever you want to say
Okay.
within 30 seconds. No,
Oh, okay,
I'm just-
yes. My husband, Glenn Burgess, is here. Julie from our department, Julie Debin, and of course, Thomas and his cute family, his parents and his daughter, and Don, my boss. And of course, all you good people. I just want to say thank you. It's been so great working here. You guys have just made it easy. I feel right at home, and I work with some great people, and the teamwork is amazing. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Congratulations again, Carrie. That's awesome. Okay, now we are going to go on to number 2, special recognition. Consider a joint resolution of the mayor and the municipal council of Murray City, Utah, in support of the Murray Exchange Club by recognizing and declaring April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Mayor Hales and myself, but I will stay here, if that's okay. Because I think it's okay.
Yes, your meeting, you can do whatever you want. Can we invite Sherry Van Bibber up?
Oh, that would be wonderful. You invite Sherry Van Bibber and Mark.
Oh, good, yeah, come on up. We'll read come on up, the more the merrier.
I would have dressed up if I knew I was going to be on parade.
You look great. So, what I'll do, you want me to read the resolution first and then get it passed and then have them talk? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do that. That's usually what we do, but if
Yeah.
that's okay, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So, what's that? If it doesn't pass, we'll ask you to sit down. So, it's gonna pass. Okay, so I'm gonna read the resolution and then I'm just gonna turn the time over to them to come up, so.
Okay.
So we have a joint resolution here of the mayor and the municipal council of Murray City, Utah, in support of the Murray Exchange Club by recognizing and declaring April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And we have pinwheels, thank you. And I've seen them on 53rd South, and so it's wonderful to see those and what they represent. So whereas the children of Murray are the future of our state's success, and investing in their general welfare, safety, and livelihood are the utmost priority. And whereas all children deserve to grow up in a safe and nurturing environment to assure they reach their full potential as they grow and develop. And whereas the protection of children and strengthening of families is of concern and the responsibility of all Murray citizens, because the wellness of children affects, our lives now and will continue to affect us in the future. And whereas child abuse is a serious problem, with each child abuse case impacting an entire family and affecting the community as a whole. And whereas child abuse respects no racial, religious, socioeconomic, or geographic boundaries. And whereas all citizens of Murray need to become more aware of child abuse and its prevention within their respective communities, and actively encourage and support parents to raise their children in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas preventing child abuse requires each member of the community to be attentive to the problems of families around them and commit to do everything they can to help. And whereas the National Exchange Club has adopted this cause as its national project and is supporting parent aid programs, parenting classes, educational programs, and community service activities, and is helping to make significant progress in stopping this crime against families and children. And whereas the Murray Exchange Club members are active and positive participants in the city of Murray in accordance with the standards of the National Exchange Club. And whereas the Murray Exchange Club is anxious and appreciative to share this worthwhile cause and opportunity with Murray City. Therefore, the mayor and the city council of Murray, on behalf of the citizens of Murray, proclaim April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and we call upon our citizens to renew their commitment to be educated on the impact of child abuse and join in working for its prevention with our communities. Be it further resolved that we are appreciative of the work, care, and concern that our victim advocates, police, and detectives put forth in dealing with these tough cases. It is our hope that child abuse numbers will decrease as families develop healthy, caring, nurturing, and loving relationships. Be it still further resolved, we commend the Murray Exchange Club for their continued efforts in helping families break free from this vicious cycle of child abuse. Our nation's greatest asset is our children. All children deserve to grow up in a safe and nurturing environment to assure they reach their full potential. So we'll now
Thank you.
turn that over, before we say any more, we'll turn that over to the council.
Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion now to consider a joint resolution of the mayor and the municipal council of Murray City, Utah, in support of the Murray Exchange Club by declaring April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Do I have a motion?
I move that we adopt a joint resolution of the mayor and the municipal council of Murray City, Utah, in support of the Murray Exchange Club by recognizing and declaring April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Brooke?
Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Mr. Hawk.
Aye.
Mr. Pickett.
Aye.
Ms. Cotter.
Aye. Okay, as you can tell, the resolution has passed. We'll turn the time back over to the mayor to make any comments. Does the
Okay.
council have any comments at all before the mayor takes over again? No comments? Thank you for everything you do, from the Haunted Woods, your pinwheels, everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll turn the time back over to the mayor and to you as the Exchange Club.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna allow you to come, I'm gonna hand this to you real quick. And then we just want, again, as Pam said, as the council and the administration, we want to thank all of you for all you do for this. Really, it's a serious matter, and you guys have taken it to a new level. I mean, it's wonderful to have your involvement in this and the youth. So thank you for all you do, and I just think we should give them all a big hand for all they do for us. Okay. It's yours. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We're very lucky in Murray, and in Utah, because the National Exchange Clubs, their basic platform is prevention of child abuse, and there's, I think, 650 to 700 clubs across the United States. And so they support CAP centers, child abuse prevention centers. And so we fund for that, and we have all kinds of help from families that are diagnosed when they're in the hospital and they have a baby, they're assigned like a mentor to their family to help get through those situations and start life off in a positive manner. And so we have not had to do as much because Utah has so many of these provisions in place, and we've been lucky to do that. So we're always trying to we have brochures and tools and all of those kind of things between IMC Hospital and Granger Medical, all of the clinics, and to be able to share with everybody so that we can create a healthier Murray. And we just want to share, the county said in 2023, they had 879 cases of physical child abuse. We did not have enough pinwheels for the cases of child abuse, and we usually put out the pinwheels to match that. That includes 123 cases, child abuse, 69 aggravated child abuse, 675 cases of domestic violence in the presence of a child. And so our goal is always to just, hopefully one year, we hope every year that those numbers decrease. They're not decreasing right now. This year they've gone back up. But that's what we want to do, is to create an awareness so that we can all help and support each other to not have this issue in around anymore.
Mayor wanted to make sure we put these signs out next to the pinwheels.
Mark, can you come to the microphone? Sorry. We need your voice there. Thank you.
We have the pinwheels at the back of the City Hall property, and the signs will tell people what they stand for. It is a significant month, and we were also given authorization to put some out on the corner of 53rd and State Street. You'll see a bunch of pinwheels there too, and we'll put these there tonight. So as people drive on 53rd and State, they'll know exactly what it stands for.
Thank you for supporting us. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
We'll do sunglasses for you next year.
You what?
We'll do sunglasses next year.
Oh, okay.
For the pinwheels.
Thank you, Exchange Club. Okay, so now we're on item number 3 of special recognition. We have a farewell presentation from our very own Miss Murray, Dakota King. Mayor Hales and Dakota King is presenting.
How's everyone doing?
I'm sorry,
I gotta pull up my
you're
timer.
supposed to be in elementary school still.
I know.
Not this gorgeous woman.
Miss Cotter, she was a substitute at Beaumont Elementary School. And I remember her, when I was little, I thought she was mean. But she's the loveliest lady in the world. But I love you so much. All right. Well, actually, I need to get to my little presentation here. Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay. Got Canva. All right. Well, hello, Murray City Council. It's good to be back here again. For those of you that don't know me, I know there's a few of you who are new on the council. I spoke back in September. My name is Dakota King, and I'm Miss Murray 2023. And a little bit about me, I am a full-time student at the University of Utah, currently earning my master's degree in education with secondary teaching license. I also earned my bachelor's of fine arts in ballet there as well. And then I'm also an employee within the Murray School District. So it's really nice because I have those connections as well as Miss Murray. So let's take a review of my year. Every local title holder within the Miss America opportunity has a community service initiative. My community service initiative is the Kindness Chain, which is meant to increase joy and connection through simple acts of kindness. I do this in 2 ways. First is through school kindness chains, and second is monthly kindness challenges. I had two main goals this year as Miss Murray. First was to share my community service initiative, and second was to become visible. There's this misconception that local title holders are just a pretty face with a shiny crown. And although we have those elements, it is more than that. It's a professional development program for women that allows us to serve our community and earn a scholarship that goes towards our schooling. Now, how did I achieve these goals this year? There were three main components that really helped me in my success this year. That was networking, inclusion, and collaboration with my community. It's important to note the 5 pillars of the Miss America opportunity. First is service. Service is really important within the Miss America opportunity. Second is style. I've shown my style in both poise and color this year. And scholarship. My participation in this program has allowed me to earn scholarships that have gone towards my schooling and have really helped me out. Next is success. For me, success is finding joy and fulfillment in the things that I do. And finally is sisterhood. Sisterhood is the most important to me. It's creating relationships with not only the women in your community, but the people in your community. And without sisterhood and without community, the other pillars are not possible. I was crowned in July, very exciting, and I went on to ride in a few summer parades with my little Miss Murray, Rosie Orton. Some of you may know her. She is the cutest little girl ever. I volunteered to pass out programs for Seussical the Musical for Murray Arts in the Park. I attended High Point Coffee ribbon cutting, met a lot of wonderful people. I went to Murray High School for the homecoming football game and got to catch up with a bunch of my old teachers at Murray High School and got to meet some of the dance company and catch up with some students that I know. In September, me and Rosie started our kindness challenges. Every month, she helps me out in posting a kindness challenge for the community. And in September, we challenge people to smile and share their smiles with us using the hashtag #MurrayIsKind. Oh, we don't want that. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I visited Woodstock Elementary, which Woodstock Elementary actually is not in the Murray City School District, but I wanted to include them in my community service initiative. I spent 5 weeks with them and I spoke to 24 classrooms about kindness. And I heard all of the students' experiences on kindness, and every week they thought of a kindness and they wrote it on a little strip of paper. And they connected it with all of the students in their own classroom. And they built upon it throughout the whole month. And at the end of the month, I went back and I collected all of the chains. You can see the bags of chains right there, and I hung them throughout the hallways. And I actually posted a video of this on my Instagram if you want to go check it out later. But it was just such a fulfilling experience. And I hung those chains in the hallway as a physical representation that kindness holds us together as a community. It keeps us going. And it was also fun because you could see the kids as they looked around at the kindness chains that they were just so proud of the work they had done. I did it again. Okay, now, back in September, well, this is September, when I went to the High Point Coffee grand opening, somebody approached me, and it was one of the directors of Abington Living Center, and she asked me if I wanted to collaborate, and I said, of course. So Rosie and I went, and we did kindness letters with the citizens, and it was so much fun. I also presented at Murray City Hall. It was great. I went to the Murray City Power Celebration, where I got to see the mayor, and they had several fun activities and power demonstrations. They had face paint and balloons, and it was a great way to connect with the community. Now in October, our kindness challenge was Trick and Treat, which is treating someone in a tricky way. And Rosie showed up on my doorstep and surprised me with cookies and a cute note that said, "You are fabulous." And Longview Elementary invited me to one of their classrooms, and the classroom was working on kindness sashes for a girl in their class who was undergoing a bone marrow transplant. And it was so great to see their kindness in wanting to give her those sashes of kindness. Grant Elementary invited me to their fundraising carnival, and Rosie and I was able to help out with the games there, and we were able to connect with a lot of the students there. Every year, Miss Murray helps out with the Murray Haunted Woods. This is so much fun. Rosie and I had the opportunity to sprinkle pixie dust on all the kids so that they weren't scared in the haunted woods. And then Rosie and I were also able to go through the haunted woods as well. I also went to Murray's Trunk or Treat as Padme from Star Wars with my monster truck. And then our Miss Murray director, Lindsay Smith, defended the Miss Murray organization, and we were able to receive funding, and we will be forever grateful for your support. In November, our kindness challenge was letters of gratitude, similar to what we did with Abington Living Center. And in December, it was simple acts of kindness, like smiling at someone or shoveling snow off of their driveway. And then every year, Miss Murray attends the annual Christmas tree lighting, which is always so fun, and it was such an honor to be the first Miss Murray to see the new big tree, and it was so awesome. We got to ride in a fire truck with Santa and got a picture with the mayor, and then my fellow Sash sisters, Miss Rocky Mountain and Miss Cottonwood, were also there volunteering. And then the most fulfilling part was being able to visit with the children before they got to meet Santa and just seeing their faces light up. It was so beautiful. Now Abington invited us back, and I partnered with Miss Rocky Mountain, who, fun fact, was Miss Murray in 2022. Is that correct? 2022? Yes. And we both share a passion for dance, and we taught them a little dance in a chair, and it was so much fun for them to get their bodies moving. We got to hear some great stories from them. In January, our kindness challenge was similar to November's, and we wrote kindness letters and sent them in the mail, and Rosie sent me this cute letter saying, "You're amazing," and we also share a passion for rainbows and unicorns, so it was pretty special. In February, we sent kind messages through text platforms or Instagram and Facebook. Now, back in October at the Haunted Woods, somebody came up to me and asked if I wanted to be the princess at their literacy night. And I said, of course, let's do it. So it was Grant Elementary, and Frank Cole presented. He's an author, and he talked about his years as being an author, and it was so inspiring for the children. And then they got to go on this little scavenger hunt and write their own short stories, and then I passed out free books to all of them. I also attended the ribbon cutting at Basta Pastaria. Very good food. A lot of you council members were there, and we got to talk, and it was great to get to know all of you. In March, I did a condensed version of the kindness chain with Horizon, and although I wasn't able to get any videos or pictures, this one I presented kindergartners through third graders in an assembly format and then gave them their kindness strips. And so it was like a week of kindness. Now, my all-time favorite monthly challenge, was our Slam Dunk cereal drive. For the month of March, our goal was to collect 500 boxes of cereal for kids in need in Murray. And so Rosie and I left big boxes at every school within the Murray City School District for people to donate boxes of cereal. We also held a food drive at Smith's, and they allowed us to leave a big box you can see in the bottom right corner. That's actually one of the managers at Smith's, and we collected 230 boxes just in that one night. And at the end of our food donation, we collected 512 boxes of cereal, surpassing our goal. And we also received $230 in monetary donations. I'm getting butterflies. Here's us dancing. We're putting our boxes around in each school. We had to make it a point because we're doing service. And then I also had my Miss Utah workshop. Every local title holder is sent to Miss Utah to compete. And this is our workshop in preparation for that. And I got to meet so many phenomenal women, and we talked about what we need to do in preparation for the competition. We also had our Miss Murray workshop, which is coming up. Our Miss Murray competition is coming up very, very soon. We have 10 phenomenal women competing this year, and I'm so excited for them all. Now in April, we took our remaining boxes of cereal that didn't get dispersed out into the schools and brought them to Murray Children's Pantry. We also brought the monetary donations there as well. And you can see sweet Jennifer, she's in the wheelchair, and she was so grateful. She even sent me a personal note thanking me for our donation and for the impact that it made. Now, looking ahead, we have the Miss Murray competition coming up. So that means that I will be crowning a new Miss Murray on April 4th. It's flying by. But that doesn't mean my year's over yet, because I'm preparing for Miss Utah. Every local title holder prepares a talent, and I will be performing a country swing dance I'm love country swing. We also practice for interviewing. We continue to work on our fitness and health, practice walking in an evening gown and for our fitness, and then of course working on the community service initiative. Now, my year, I have experienced so much growth this year, and I want to thank you all for your loving kindness and support for this program. And if it weren't for your support, I wouldn't be here today. And I love Murray, and I don't want to be anywhere else. So we are Murray. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakota. This is where we would normally hand Dakota our token of appreciation, and it's a beautiful clock with her name on it. And Doug will be the first to tell you, Doug does this and he never misses. Had a doctor's appointment and he came to me and said, "Oh my gosh, I forgot." And I said, "Well, it was nice knowing you, Doug." But anyway, he never misses. So guess what, Doug? Now you're further away, so I'll be there. But they've invited us to come to Miss Murray on May 4th at 7 p.m. at Hillcrest Junior High to present that to her. So if you could have that by May 4th, I'd appreciate it. I'm kidding you, Doug. I'm giving Doug a bad time because he's never missed ever in his entire life. So what's that? You can say anything you want.
So I wanted to say, we would love you to come to the Miss Murray competition. We also have 2 tickets under each of your names. So May 4th, 7 p.m., Hillcrest Junior High.
There are 10 participants
Yes.
in it this year. That's all. That's great. And I honestly think we should recognize, and your family's here, and Lindsay, and everyone. You go ahead. I want you to recognize your family.
Yes.
Because I know you've been engaged for about 4.5 years, and it seems like it's been 4.5 years. Let me just tell you, it's only been what? 9 months?
Yeah.
Yeah. So see, I know this more than they do. How do you like that? But anyway, so I always give it a hard time. But I want you to introduce all your family and Lindsay.
Yes. So this is my mom, Brittany King, and then this is my fiance, Spencer Anderson, and then wonderful Lindsay Smith, the Miss Murray director, and her mom, Dee Dee. We love Dee Dee. Yes.
So anyway, here, we'll do it also in the Miss Murray, but we wanted to thank you. You've been wonderful. She's easy to talk to, and I love that everything was about kindness. What a time to focus on such an important issue, kindness. You can't say it enough when you were going through that. You really can't say kindness enough. And I just love that was your focus. I think that was probably one of the most important issues that we could focus on now. So you're wonderful. So from the council, from the administration, and all those that are here today, we just want to tell you how much we appreciated you doing this and look forward to you getting involved with Miss Utah. And congratulations so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll see you on May 4th.
Yes.
Okay.
Lindsay, do you want me to give these to the council? Here, I'll give them to the mayor and he can pass them down.
Okay.
Does the
Yeah.
council have any words or anything they would like to say to Miss Murray, who's going to be leaving us?
Congratulations for all your work. I've seen some of your videos online and they're super fun. So,
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you for all you did.
Yeah, of course. Anything else?
Thank you, Miss Murray.
Well, thank you all so much for your support.
Okay. I'm getting on to my next. Thank you, Lindsay, also. Now we'll go on to our fiscal year 2024. Oh, yep, sorry. Didn't check things off in my head. Okay, so special presentation is the fiscal year 2024 budget address. We are going to hear from the mayor first and then turn some time over to Brenda Moore for presenting. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Pam. Ms. Brenda's getting ready to come up and ready for her presentation. I just wanted to express my appreciation for Brenda. She has worked for the last couple months, more than that, on her own, but to involve the department heads and the administration, it has been, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how Brenda's standing right now, and because I'm worn out. I would go home and say, what have I done? Cindy, this is like crazy. I budgeted at Cypress Credit for years. This is so different than what I've gone through. And I just want to tell our department heads, everyone that's been involved, the council, budget chair and vice chair, and the whole council, because they've kept them, and Jennifer and Doug, and everyone that's been involved. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Brenda will present our budget to you, and we obviously know that we turn it over to you after tonight, and we just want to thank you for your consideration of the budget. And Brenda has just worked really, really hard, and so I just want to give her a big hand for all that she's done for us. I thought we better clap now, because maybe we might not clap after the budget hearing, so, but anyway.
I was just about to say that.
You were going to be, all right, thanks Pam, thank you Brenda.
Thank you, Mayor. So after many hours of meetings, discussions with the department heads, exploring what ifs, I'm here to present an overview of the mayor's budget. There we go. The combined budget of all of the funds is $175 million. 41% is the capital project / general fund. The enterprise funds are 41%, special revenues are 16%, and the internal service funds are 2%. So the biggest thing that everybody always wants to know, and the one that most people are interested in, is the general fund, because it is the most supported by taxes. So the general fund, this is where we get our money. I'm not going to go through them all. We have $62 million I've budgeted coming in. Most of it comes from sales tax or sales tax related taxes, and then property tax, and then the next one is other taxes and fees. So it's all taxes, that's why you're all concerned. Expenses for the general fund in this budget are $64 million, and this is how it's broken up between categories. Personnel is 64% of the budget. Operations is 19%. Debt service is pretty much everything going along the top. I split out Class C operations this year because they tend to lower some of the percentages of change, because we only budget new projects in Class C and then roll reserves forward. So they're on its own category. All of that is road related. Snow plowing, salt, asphalt, big projects that classify as Class C, and then transfers to the capital projects. And if you are good at math, you probably noticed that the revenues are less than the expenses. So as we get into it, we are proposing that we use $2.4 million of reserves to cover the difference between those two numbers. And we'll go more into depth about the other things that we're doing in the budget, but that's just the start. Now, what departments use all of these funds? The majority of our funds go to the police department, followed by the fire department, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and then all of the little funds around the outside, finance, community and economic development, IT, make up the rest of it. So the majority actually is public safety. And then let's talk just a little bit about some of the other funds. So the central garage, just a little thing, they have stopped buying new equipment until they get their new shop. They're going to move some of their existing equipment into the new shop once that is created. And then retained risk fund, you'll love this. They are lowering their reserves, so that is helping with the amount that's going into the other funds. But our insurance is going up an estimated 35%. Although my home auto insurance went up 35%, and I have no idea why. So all insurance everywhere is going up like that. Let's see. Then the library fund, they are continuing to save for a new building, or if by some miracle, they have to stay where they are at, remodel. You will notice that their 2024, you budgeted for a bathroom remodel. They have decided that water and books do not mix, so they're getting a new roof instead, and that bathroom is now back on the 25 budget. The RDA fund, as we talked about a little bit in RDA, we have 2 areas that are no longer receiving TIF funds. I put the low-income housing amounts in there based on what the revenue is, and then just a few little things so that they can do appraisals and various other things without having to come to you for money. And then cemetery perpetual care, it's just earning interest right now. There are no projects for it. Municipal Building Authority has 2 things they want to do. The biggest one is the budget is for the rebuild of the public services area. The one that's the most fun is we are budgeting some money to add to our Christmas display. So some of the old City Hall or this building's leftover funds, they want to add some more displays, make that tunnel longer, do all kinds of things. Doug at some point will show you what they have in mind for that. Come on. There we go. Enterprise funds. I won't go through these individually, but we should be happy to know that all of the enterprise funds revenues are covering expenses and some system maintenance, but not all of their capital projects. That is typical. Capital projects are very expensive. The power energy costs have kind of stabilized, and their revenue is currently higher than their operational expenses, which includes some maintenance on some of their items, but it is not going to cover their capital needs in the next few years. Golf Fund now has a positive enough fund balance that I am no longer suggesting we transfer operational money from the general fund to the golf. We're still going to help them with their equipment, but we don't need to transfer them any money for operations. I think they will be fine this year and in future years. Okay, so some of our challenges, inflation, everybody has that in our own pockets. Well, the city has that in some of their things. The second one is availability and lead times on equipment and supplies. Fire trucks are now 4 years out. Somebody said today there's a power truck that's 7 years out. Transformers I don't even want to know. So there is that is kind of makes it difficult sometimes to get what we need. And the biggest one is that the city .2, I call it the .2 city option sales tax, ends in 2030. Last year, we used $4.2 million of this tax to balance the budget. It will go away in 5 years. So the mayor is suggesting that we attempt to slowly pull back how much of that tax we use. If it comes in, we don't use it, it goes to capital projects, and it can be used for what I call one-time expenses. That is not payroll, that is buying a new roof. Actually, 4 of the 5 projects that facilities wants to do this year are roofs on various buildings. So we will still have the money. It will just be in a one-time, be able to do capital projects, equipment, use it for future police cars, fire trucks, and stuff like that. So some of the highlights. As I stated, the general fund budget uses 2.4 of reserves. There is a 5% property tax increase in there. It's $572 of revenue that we need to kind of help with the weaning off of the .2. The intent is to decrease that 5% tax increase down based on growth. Our growth usually averages 1%. Last year it was 2%. I don't know what new buildings got built, what new subdivisions came in. I won't know that number until June. The county auditor will give us that number. The ending general fund balance is estimated to be around $18 million, or 32%. That's a very simplified math of the revenue or reserve amount, which is plenty. Anything above 20, I figure, is just fine for the city, so it's okay to use that. The capital projects fund expenditures are $13 million. The employees are receiving a 3% cost of living adjustment. The January to January CPI was 3.2, so this is a reasonable COLA amount. The STEP program that rewards employees as they grow in their positions over the course of 10 or 12 years, depending on where they start, is fully funded in here. It does include a health insurance increase of 5.7%, and the city's rate is 85.15 as usual. The budget includes 4 new full-time employees, 3 in the general fund, which are a police officer, a fire inspector, a marketing specialist, and then in the library, there's a senior librarian. The budget removes 2 full-time employees, the city communications director, and the HIDA financial coordinator, which was grant funded, so that has no effect on our budget, but it does have an effect on our employee count. So some of the highlights of what were the capital projects, because this is always the fun stuff. We're allocating another $939,000 for fire equipment. Some of that will go in savings for their fire truck, or their ladder apparatus. I don't know, I get them all confused what they call them. But they are expected to receive the ambulance that they ordered in fiscal year 23 and the ambulance they ordered in fiscal year 24 this year in fiscal year 25. So they have got that money in savings. Police vehicles, 12 of them. And they are going to replace the motorcycles. So they are usually on a 7-year rotation. It's been 8. They've been waiting for a new model that's coming out because it will be more valuable when they turn it in. There are improvements going on in Willow Pond Park and Woodstock Parks, including some LED lighting and path lighting. Road improvements, it looks like a big decrease from last year. It's only 1.9, but our bond proceeds were spent, and this is how much the transportation tax should be, but there's going to be a lot of project money that's going to roll forward. We are going to start the process of updating the city's 2017 general plan. I am told it's an 18-month process with an expected total cost of approximately $425,000. We're giving them their start of $175,000. It's coming out of the CIP, one-time money, which is already sitting there. It doesn't affect what's happening over in the general fund. The park has been saving for a new garbage truck. The last one was purchased 100% by the Solid Waste Fund. This time, Solid Waste is happy to report that they're going to only have to fund about $200,000 of the $500,000 because we're going to transfer that savings from CIP over to Solid Waste, get us a new garbage truck. If Diane was here, I'd make sure that we said we will look into another CNG and or whatever else is out there. But they will look into that. And then the Power Fund is going to continue their 3.5-year project to replace the streetlights in their service area with LED bulbs. This year they're going to allocate $270,000. And then stormwater. It's going to buy themselves a new street sweeper because one of the ones they got is just about worn out. So I don't know what the lead time was on a street sweeper. We might see it in our lifetime. So, I don't know. The budget book. So You haven't seen them yet, but I think the budget book will be probably in the council lounge area when you get done. Make sure you bring them to the meeting on the 8th. I did not print any extras. They're 180 pages long. I don't want to kill that many more trees. The budget summary and analysis will give you the most detail of some of the changes, all of the detail on what each of the employee changes is costing. It starts on page 7. The estimated actual, when you're looking at the columns, the estimated actual is just that. It is my best guess at how we are going to end the year. The problem we have is we do a whole lot of stuff from July to October. We do stuff till spring, and then roads goes crazy. I don't know what they're going to do from April through the end of July. Same with water. Same with, we don't do much in the winter. Okay, we do a ton in the winter, but comparatively speaking, you can't dig as many holes and do as much stuff in the winter, and you cannot buy asphalt, so you cannot pave. And they're going to start paving, and they're going to start digging up streets and putting in water lines now. There are notes explaining some of the changes on each of the pages if you go line by line. I would prefer that you didn't. Look at the bottom line. If it only went up a little bit, life is good. They didn't need too much inflation change. Those notes will tell you some of the special things that are going on. The complete 5-year CIP lists are in the CIP tab, and that's for all of the funds, even not just the capital projects fund. And there is also a separate document inside the budget book that's just that, so that you can refer to them both at the same time when we're in our meetings. If you really want to know what's going on in the city, go to that capital projects tab and look at the projects that have. There's 2 reports in there. There's the current one that was just approved by the mayor, which then you will decide if you agree with those projects. There's the 4 years, which is everybody's wish list, okay? They all know that some of those may never happen, but if you never ask, you will never get. But if you ask, you may get. So you'll see all kinds of stuff out there. Looks way expensive. That's their wish. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. And there's also, I put in a list of the fiscal year 24 that was approved and anything that rolled forward. So if you want to look at what we've been working on this year, some of those may be on order. Some of those trucks and stuff that they say they're going to buy, they may be on order. Some of them we may have gotten. I don't keep that list up to date as to where we are in each one of those processes, but it's there if you want to see what happened. So with your receipt of this budget, I now stop working for the mayor on his budget, and I start working for you guys on yours. So I hope that you will feel free to come to my office, call me, send me emails as you read through this document and have questions. Want to know why, what, that you will contact me. I'm sure you're welcome to contact the department heads about their budgets, but I kind of know the whole picture. So contact me and let's talk as much as you need so that you're comfortable with what we've planned and we can decide together if we need to make any changes.
Okay. All right, we'll turn it over to the council. Do we have questions? Or nothing? Or do you want to look at it? Yeah. Okay, so I will take a motion to adopt the resolution acknowledging the receipt of the fiscal year 2024-2025 tentative budget from the mayor and the budget officer, and referring the mayor's tentative budget for review and consider to the Budget and Finance Committee of the Murray City Municipal Council.
I'll move to approve the resolution acknowledging receipt of the fiscal year 2024-2025 tentative budget from the mayor and the budget officer, and referring the mayor's tentative budget for review and consideration to the Budget and Finance Committee of the Murray City Municipal Council.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Brooke?
Mr. Mingus?
Aye.
Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye. Thank you. So we are done with that. So we're now on to citizen comments. We will now turn the time over to you as citizens. Please come to the microphone, state your name and your address. You have 3 minutes for comments or whatever. Fill out the form that Patty, I got Jennifer on my head. Patty has with her clipboards. So it's your time as citizens. Come forward.
My name is Kathy White. Do I really have to say my address? 5747 South, 665 West, Murray, Utah. I live in Murray. I'm here as a Murray resident, and I'm also here to make it a public request. The city looks at the intersection on 5900 South and State Street. There's been a number of accidents there. There's been people killed there. And so I'm bringing that to your attention. So I don't know what else to say, but that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Hello. During the
Name.
hi, my name
and
is Clark
names.
Bullen, and I live in Murray,
Address.
just like Kathy. Yes,
Address.
5051 South, Treetop Circle, A4107. So I was listening to the Committee of the Whole meeting, and there was a lot of talk about pedestrian bridges, bike paths, and I think it would be great if the city had a board for pedestrian and bikeability, made a citizen board to advise the city and to look at what we currently have as a city and suggest areas for bikeability and pedestrian improvement. And that would help us as we continue to develop our downtown and as we continue to grow as a city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Van Bibber, 5469 Avalon Drive, Murray, A4107. Type B blood. Sorry, just in case. I just wanted to share just really quick about how our Murray Coalition is doing, and to just to let you know that it's been such a great opportunity. We received a $72,000 grant to kick it off from the county, and it's basically 15 other cities have it. The county asked us to create a Murray one. We've been working on it for a year, just volunteering to put all the pieces together, but it basically has 12 spokes. There's a youth component, a nonprofit, a business, the fire department, the police department, emergency preparedness, IMC health, all of these pieces coming together. And it's to pull our community together so that we're kind of a one-stop shop, which is, we're joined together with the Murray Chamber, with our foundation. We've been able to write the grants to get the money to support this. And so it's basically through the health department, the county, but they've just given us 108 boxes of naloxone that we're gonna give to the fire department and the police department. There's just all kinds of things that have just every day something good just comes to make us so much, it's just growing. It's like it's supposed to happen, and I don't have the words for it, but exciting, and I know Adam has been to some of the meetings, and Pam, and we invite any of you, we have the meetings at the school district, the fourth Wednesday of every month. And we're building the board right now for that, but we do, everybody has always asked that the mayor drop in to that meeting. But just one quick little thing, last time they reported, we're doing a lot with the Murray School District. It's half of this partnership. And one of the big items was that one of our big problems in Murray in our school district is the suicidal children in sixth grade. And that was a big component with us. And when we had about 5 or 6 of our youth at that meeting too, and it was like light bulbs started going off in all of their heads, and they're like, you have our attention now. And the kids were listening to the issues that were going on at Murray High and in our elementary schools. So we want our youth to participate and know who you guys all are. Part of it is we want them all to know who their district representatives are. So we gave all your phone numbers out. Anyway, we just want them to have a voice and know who you are so that they can talk to you. And they've been so excited about it that our meetings go from 1 hour to 3 hours sometimes. So anyway, just thank you for that. I just wanted to give everybody kind of a heads up. And we're done. Thank you. Okay, seeing that there are no other comments, we will now go on to the back side of our paper. There's no consent agenda, so we won't worry about that tonight. We'll go on to our public hearings. First one is consider a resolution waiving golf cart fees for the Murray Chamber of Commerce on May 10th, 2024 at the Murray Parkway Golf Course for the Chamber's annual Children's Charity Golf Tournament. Jennifer Kennedy will be presenting.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. So this fee waiver, we talked a little bit about it in Committee of the Whole. I want to emphasize it is for this fiscal year, which ends on June 30th, 2024. This is for the Murray Chamber to waive their golf cart rental fees at their annual golf event. My understanding is this is their second request for this fiscal year. My understanding is that's because of their hot air balloon festival they're putting together. They need to move up their golf tournament, which puts it in this fiscal year. So they are asking for a waiver of that. I know we have a couple of representatives here from the chamber if you have any questions, or I can answer them for you.
Okay, and we'll take now the chamber member. Oh, hi.
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome. So can you give us some more information about why you're doing this on May 10th and you're not waiting until the next fiscal year?
We're planning the big hot air balloon festival, which will take up, it's going to be about the same time frame. So we needed more time to separate it, and it was better for us and talking to John to kind of move it around if we did it a little bit earlier.
Okay.
We attempted to do a couple different dates, but this seemed to be the best date for everybody.
Okay. All right, thank you. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to public comments. If anyone has a public comment for this for 3 minutes, please come up and state your name and your address. And when you are done, you need to fill out the form that Patty has. So we will take public comments at this time. Okay, seeing that there is no public comments, I will close public comments and I will turn it over to the council for any questions for the chamber or for Jennifer.
I have a question. Is this the only event that the Chamber of Commerce is going to request donation from the council? Thank you.
For this fiscal year, right? For 2023.
I was asking for
2024.
the calendar year.
Well, that would be 2023, 2024.
Yeah, we base them on fiscal years.
Yeah.
So they did already receive one golf cart waiver this fiscal year.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're applying for ones for next fiscal year yet.
Yeah, that was my question. Are we planning another event like this, or this is it?
This is it.
Okay, that was it. Simple question. Thanks.
But I think if it's my understanding, any organization can come up to the city and ask for a waiver. And calendar year or fiscal year is what I understand, right?
That's correct. We just try to do them all within one fiscal year. So we're
Correct.
doing them at the same time we're doing our budget. Occasionally, when things like this happen, and we've got another one tonight as well, we'll bring them forward as they come, but we do try to do the majority of them one time a year.
So will you do one next year in the 2024, 2025? Can you project that at all or not?
In the past, there's always been a golf tournament at least once a year.
Okay.
The last couple years, we've attempted to do 2,
Oh, okay,
just so we could support more nonprofit stuff.
right, okay.
We haven't got to that point yet, so I would suspect that there will be one next year. It seems to be a hit, so.
Okay,
And then that's it.
okay. All righty. Well, do we have any other questions from the council members? Okay, then I will entertain a motion on the resolution waiving golf cart fees. Oh, Mayor, do you have a comment? Oh, okay. Sorry, entertain a motion on the resolution waiving golf cart fees for the Murray Chamber of Commerce on May 10th, 2024 at the Murray Parkway Golf Course for Chamber's annual Children's Charity Golf Tournament.
I move that we adopt the resolution waiving the golf cart fee for the event on May 10th, 2024.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
We have a motion. We have a second. Brooke?
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Mr. Cotter? Or, I'm sorry. My gosh, I don't know why I did that. Mr. Hawk?
Aye.
Mr. Pickett?
Aye.
Ms. Cotter?
Aye, and this has been a very long day for a lot of us that been here since, nope, you are fine. It's been a very long day. All right.
And you don't even have your budget book yet.
It's waiting for us.
All right, let's all take a deep breath. Okay. Now we're on to public hearing number 2. Consider a resolution approving the donation of the city services and/or non-monetary assistance to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's Light Up Navajo Initiative Project. Our beloved Jennifer Kennedy will be presenting.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to present this. I do see a friend from the power department here to help me. Should I screw it up? And I probably will. This is non-monetary assistance for the Light Up Navajo project. The total amount of non-monetary donation is $29,000. That will go to labor, equipment and use and per diem for our employees. This is something that we've tried to do, and we've done in the past for the city. It is also a good training opportunity for the power department because they can go down there and get training, like on-the-job training for these projects. So if you have further questions.
Okay. We will ask Power Company to come up with Jennifer and address the council.
Just so you know, that's Eric.
Eric?
Eric Bracewell, yep.
Oh, Eric.
Figure it out.
Hi,
I know, I'm
Eric.
helping you.
Hello, everyone. If you guys
Hi.
don't know me, I'm Eric, so as the mayor said. But yeah, it's been a great project for us. This will be our 3rd or 4th year. I can't remember if is it 4th? Maybe 4th year that we're doing this. And it's not only a great project for us, but just for the Navajo people. You know, it's if you watch the video, there's videos online. I was gonna have one to share, but they're all about 10 minutes long. That's a little bit too long, but just to see the faces on the people that get power for the very first time in their lives. I mean, to think that people in our country still don't have power, you know, this day and age. They don't have power, they don't have water. So we were just one of, this last year, there was 25 electric companies that went and participated in this. And we usually send our apprentices to help get their hours. That's something that helps benefit the city back. So the apprentices need 8,700 hours of on-the-job training before they can become journeyman linemen. And so that they get a lot of work down there. It's really hard work. The guys work 15, 16-hour days, and it's tough, but they love what they do. You know, they come back and they share their stories, and it's, linemen are usually pretty tough, hard-working guys, and they come back and they cry when they tell the stories about the people that we're helping out there get power. So it's a really great event, and we hope that we can continue to help the people. So, any questions for me?
We're going to turn it to public comment first, but stay right there.
Okay.
Or to the side, or wherever, I don't know. Side, left, right, except with the mayor. Anyways, we will turn this over to the public comments for, right now. You have 3 minutes. State your name, address, and clipboard from Patty. If there's any public comments at all about this resolution number 2. Okay, seeing that there's no comments, I will close the public comments, and I will now turn it over to the council for questions for Eric and for Jennifer.
I have a question.
Okay.
About how many people are helped by the work that you're doing down there?
Last year, it sounds like a small number, but with all the 27 companies that went down for 4.5 months, we got service to 156 customers.
Wow.
So you got to think we're running 20 miles of line to light up 2 houses.
Wow.
And it's like I said, it's really hard work, and it's hard, and it just takes a lot of help from a lot of different people to try to get power to these people. So it sounds like a low number, but it's a lot of work to get.
No, I've driven through the reservation, and there's some long distances in between residences. No, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
There was a citizen that asked me some questions, a young lady that's in the audience, and she was curious on how many homes, and in your resolution, it says among the 55,000 homes located on the 27,000 square miles reservation, about 15,000 do not have electricity. And we were told a couple of weeks ago that like 100 residents got
176
100
last year.
residents, that they have electricity.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And my other question is, I don't know this, but how many years has, because of COVID and all that, how many years has Murray been involved in this Navajo?
I think this will be our 4th year.
The 4th year,
Yes.
okay. And is a week, I know, because you already said that the guys work so hard, 12, 15 hours. Is a week long enough, or is that just the set time is a week and then?
So some of the larger companies can go for 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Us being a small utility, and we're really busy with work
Right.
right now with our own projects, and so we try to get a week. If we could send another group for another week, that's something we could look into for next year.
Okay.
But for right now, we're just trying to send the one crew, and we send 2 or 3 trucks down, so.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't know about the other council members, but it would be kind of fun to hear, maybe in the committee of the whole or something, some of their experiences that they had while down there. Or we could be invited to not public works, sorry, power. And maybe there could be something there that we could see or,
Definitely.
you know,
we can put on a
hear or
presentation
something
for you guys,
of
yeah,
their
and have you guys
experiences
talk.
down there. I'd be excited to hear about that, so. Okay.
Pam, that would be a good time for Eric to present the video also. I mean, when you see the video, yeah, it'll touch your heart.
So would we do that in the committee of the whole or at the, okay,
Whenever you want.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
I-
would be awesome.
I did want to say, we have some Navajo members that live here in Murray, and their experience about what has transitioned on their reservation has been very powerful. And with that, they say, it's transformative, but they're very proud that their own city that they live and reside in are participating in this project. And I know there's a lot of companies throughout the U.S. that come and participate here on the Navajo Nation within Utah. So it's something that I think the organization's very proud of. The people are very proud of it and are very humbled by the work that the men are doing. So I just want you to know that personally, they carry it very deep. And I know when we have been presented previously, the nation also takes care of the men that go down there as an exchange and a thank you. And it's such a beautiful, everything they do is ceremonial, and it's such a beautiful process to see. So thank you.
Okay. I will now, I will entertain a motion on the resolution approving the donation of the city service and/or non-monetary assistance to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority's Light Up Navajo Initiative Project. So do I have a motion?
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the donation of city services and or non-monetary assistance to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Light Up Navajo Initiative Project.
Do
I'll
I have a
second.
Oh, well, there
Jump
you
in.
go. We have a motion and we have a second, and I will now turn time to Brooke.
Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Mr. Hawk,
Aye.
Mr. Pickett,
Aye.
Ms. Cotter.
Aye. Where did he go? Oh. Thank you. Tell everyone that's heading down there, thank you for them doing this for us. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so now that we are done with public hearings, we have no business items. We are now on to the most favorite part, is the mayor's report, and if we have any questions for the mayor.
Thank you, Pam. As you can tell, Eric is a talker. You can hardly get him to quit talking, and he likes to be noticed. Look at him hiding way in the back. Anyway, Eric, thank you for that presentation. That was great. Again, thanks, Brenda, for the budget presentation. Great job. I was gonna say, you made that too perfect for me to get to you, because I thought, I'm no longer working for the mayor. And I thought, oh, good, Jennifer, put her in your budget for her salary. She said budget, though. I was so disappointed when I saw the budget, darn it. Anyway, thank you. So my first announcement is Woodstock Meadows Park, that's off of about 10th East and 56 somewhere. Anyway, up by Diane. That park playground is installed and is now open to the public. The neighbors, Kim Sorensen reported, the neighbors were very excited. They thought we had owned it for a lot of years, and how come now you're finally fixing it up? And we said, oh yeah, that was the county. But anyway, so they're excited to have that. So that is open. They're still working on Riverview. That'll be opening soon. The golf course, you heard Brenda talk about that we're not gonna have any funds to transfer over. That's impressive, folks. When you see a golf course that can make money, I could probably count on one hand in the state that golf courses make money. So we've been blessed in that area. The golf course has over 100 women and 400 men that signed up for leagues this year. Probably the most we've ever had. So the Utah Jazz Organization awarded Murray City with the highest participation and increase for the junior jazz program. So, and we have programs left and right, Brenda? Going on over at the parks. So that is happening a lot. And then also, Joey asked me to read this to you. It's about the fireworks that, for the 4th of July and around that time. Our Murray Fire Marshal, Jeff Pulse, he's not here, is he?
No, he had to take off.
He had to take off, okay. Jeff Pulse has reviewed the past 5 years of outside fires within Murray and has not seen any new data to support any additional firework restrictions within Murray. Our restricted areas will be posted later this month on our site and as we prepare for the summer. Jeff also wanted to say thanks for the support with the fire prevention. So thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Joey. And that's all we have for you. Any questions for us? You notice I said us because I'll involve GL if you get too technical on me, so.
Okay, do we have any questions for the mayor?
Thank you.
If not, I will take a motion to adjourn and a second. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second, we are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.